Good morning, members. Just give us 1 second.
Sounds like Chair is joining us from the new rover on Mars.
Good morning, members of Council. Please feel free to join me in a moment of personal reflection. But I ask today if you could keep in your thoughts former regional employee Lorraine Dunn and Regional Councillor John Aker, who passed away just a short time ago. Thank you. We are currently located on a land which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange among the Mississauga peoples and is the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. We honor and recognize and respect this nation and its Indigenous people as the traditional stewards of the lands and waters on which we meet today. Members of Council, on a sad note, I just want to acknowledge the passing of Lorraine Dunn, who passed away on February 4th after a brief illness. Many of you may remember Lorraine as the welcoming face in the office of the Regional Chair and CAA until her retirement last July. Lorraine's career with Durham spanned more than 25 years with positions in Legislative Service, Social Services, and the CAO Strategic Initiatives Division. Lorraine enjoyed time spent with her children and her 4 grandchildren and was proud of her growing photography talents with the Oshawa Camera Club. She will be truly missed, and my sincere condolences go out to family, friends, and colleagues at this time. Also, I want to acknowledge my friend and colleague of many of us here, Regional Councillor John Aker, who passed away on February 4th. I had the privilege of serving with John for 2 terms as mayor of the city of Oshawa, and he was a dedicated regional councillor, dedicated to the city of Oshawa and to his family. Mayor Carter, would you like to say a few words?
First of all, good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to acknowledge Councillor Aker and his many contributions. As we know, he served our great city for over 33 years. As a matter of fact, just recently, I took a picture with himself and myself at Donovan Arena, where it said Alderman John Aker, 1974. As you know, not only did he serve the city, but he also sat with the Ontario Municipal Board and did some wonderful work there. A business owner, a father, a grandfather, a wonderful celebration of life, and we pass on our thanks to his family for his service, his many years of service to our community. Our thoughts and prayers are with him and with his family. Of course, we will continue to wish them all the very best. And as a community, we celebrated his life through our recognition of lowering our flags to have staff, and also paid respect to the parade of his passing on the day of the funeral. So we just are, all of us are great that we got an opportunity to work with John, and we thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your support and your kind words.
Thank you. And members of Council, there will be a drive-by memorial for the late Mayor Debbie Bath Haddon from Brock Township on Saturday, March 6th at 10:30 a.m. Vehicles will parade by the farm located on Concession 2 south of Sunderland. Please join me if you can, and I will send you out directions and where to meet. It will be in your vehicles, so there'll be everyone will be able to follow the rules related to COVID. Mr. Clerk, I would like you to conduct a roll call, please, and explain the rules for the meeting.
Anderson.
Here.
Ash.
Present.
Barton.
Present.
Carter.
Here, good morning.
Chapman.
Good morning.
Collier.
I'm here.
Crawford.
Present.
Dyes.
Present.
Drew.
Good morning.
Foster.
Here.
Hyatt.
Present.
Kerr.
Present.
Leahy.
Present.
Lee.
Good morning.
Mayor Pietri.
Good morning, everyone.
McLean.
Present.
Mitchell.
Present.
Mulcahy.
Good morning.
I understand John Neal is present, but he's having technical difficulties. Joe Neal.
Here.
Nicholson. Nicholson.
Present.
Pickles.
Present.
Roy.
Good morning.
Ryan.
Present.
Schumer.
Here.
Smith.
Present.
Watton.
Good morning.
Yamada.
Here.
Regional Chair Henry is present. Members, our meeting today is being conducted in Teams. Audio and video are both available. Councilors are requested to use their video when speaking or questioning. We have the chat function working. It is to be used for request to question or request to speak only. The chair will not acknowledge or commit to any request to speak or question before we reach the item during the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members of council, declarations of interest. Hearing none. Mr. Clerk, there was one sent through by Councillor Mayor Pietri this morning. You received it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hearing none other, we'll move to a CAO for an announcement this morning related to the Director of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion. Madam CEO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I am very pleased to announce the appointment of Alison Hector Alexander as our new Director of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion effective March 15th. Alison is a senior director, advocate, and policy professional who has worked in anti-racism training, anti-discrimination and oppression, equity, human rights and accessibility in organizations within the not-for-profit and the education sector. Alison joins the region from Durham College, where she held the role of Director of the Office of Equity, Diversity and Inclusion. In this position, Alison had oversight of the college's diversity and inclusion services, the Ontario Access and Inclusion Program, the Sexual Violence Mandate, the First Peoples Indigenous Centre, and Orientation and Transitions programs for new students. Working across the organization and with the community, Alison will provide a dedicated focus in the establishment of a community-based anti-racism task force and help to strengthen our efforts to address systemic racism and promote community development. Her insight will help ensure that the regional's policies and programs are designed to address systemic racism of all kinds. I look forward to welcoming Alison on the 15th of March. Also, it continues to be of utmost importance that the region repair the harm that the incident during Black History Month created. And to this end, as I communicated to all of council last week, we have retained Keisha Facey, who has been working closely with us. She has already held 2 soundings or circles with staff and will be holding 4 more later this week. They've been well attended and very well received, and we will be holding a community town hall later in March, in the middle of the month after Alison has joined us, as an opportunity for her to meet the community and also to hear more feedback and suggestions from them. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time this morning.
Thank you. Members of council, could I get a mover and a seconder for the regional council meeting minutes on January 27th, item 4.1?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by
Seconded by Councillor Lee.
Councillor Mayor Pietri and Councillor Lee. Comments or questions on the item? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? None. That carries. Item 4.
Mr. Chair, you have me in there, John Neal. I couldn't get in. They wouldn't let me in, so.
Councillor Neal, we have you. The clerk has noted that you're here now. Item 4.2, close.
I was here right from the beginning, but I couldn't get in. They wouldn't let me in, so.
Yeah, we have you marked. Item 4.2, closed regional council meeting, January 22nd. Mover and seconder.
Moved by
Smith,
Smith.
move.
Moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by
Crawford?
Crawford. Comments or questions? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? None. That carries. We'll move on to item 5.1. Our CAO, Elaine Braxter-Traher, Nancy Taylor, and Nicole Pingome within finance. Sorry, 1 second, members of council. Sorry, members of council, before we go there, we do have a delegation. It was on the amendment from Akiba Thomas in support of anti-racism, proposing a new commissioner in support of the Mississaugas of Scugog Islands First Nations. Members of council, can I get a motion to alter the order to bring this item forward?
I
Collier,
just,
move it.
Mr. Chair.
Watton, second.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, did you hear the mover? So moved by Mayor Collier, seconded by Councillor Watton. On alternating the agenda, we will need 2/3 to hear. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
In opposition? None. Mr. Clerk, that gives us our 2/3 to hear, correct? Okay, so we need a motion to hear. So members of council, I need a motion to hear.
Move to hear.
Councillor
Second, Barton.
Seconded by Mayor Barton. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
In opposition? None. That carries. Ms. Thomas, are you on the line?
I am. Can you
good.
see? Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
I can't see, sorry.
And welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask the council in advance for an additional minute. My presentation, I don't know if everyone has access to the slides at the moment, may run over the 5 minutes by a minute. Is that okay?
I will track your time. Yes, that's okay. So when you're ready, please start.
Thank you so much. I also would like to thank council for addressing the morning and setting the agenda with the land acknowledgement agreement. I'd also like to add to that when we talk about land, that land is a part of who we are. It's a mixture of our blood, our past, our current, and our future. We carry our ancestors in us, and they're also around us, as you all do. And these words are taken from Mary Lyons, who's from the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe. And the reason why I believe that it's very important to continue to have land acknowledgement, not only in the setting up of our meetings, but also on our websites and sites that people would address and acknowledge that we are in agreement through and through with the land agreement. So the presentation that I have for you today is on introducing a new commission to council in support of the diversity and equity position that I recently heard you speak to, or heard members of the council speak to. And the commissioner's position that I'm speaking to is the Social Justice and Domestic Affairs Commission. I asked earlier, and I am being mindful of time, do you have access to the slides?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so if you move on to slide 2.
Okay. That's the slide titled Backgrounder?
Perfect. So in this slide, I have a bit of talking points that I may refer to from time to time. In this slide, I would like you to pay attention to, I would like you to pay attention to some of the history as to why I am bringing forward this commissioner's request. Dr. Eileen DeVille had said that 83% of those who were gravely impacted by COVID were from the BIPOC community. And in a more recent document depicting who resides in Durham, there is a 27.1% of the population that represented visible minorities. Now, on a grand scale, it may not seem like a large amount, but given the recent incident that occurred with Black History Month, it is significant to represent the growing population that represents an ethnic community. While the diversity plethora in Durham expands far beyond those who are from the African Caribbean community, we should pay close attention to those who are representing the North American community. And from my knowledge, the North American community is those who are from the Indigenous community, unless I'm mistaken. And according to the documents, the regional, there's a hyperlink there, the regional municipal of Durham census in 2016, it suggests that 32% of those who are in Durham are from the North American population. If we move on to the next slide, I took a snapshot from the strategic goals. And in the strategic goals, there's a lot of intention around a healthy and prosperous community for all. And I just question who is that intended to benefit? And as the slides say, there's a little bit of a repeat as to the demographics in Durham around an ethnic community and around those who is largely represented the North American, and I question who is that? And the next two slides briefly speak to that as well. Who is that? And I took the liberty of including Chief Jacob Crane in this slide when we talk about a healthy and prosperous community and looking at true Indigenous roots and how that spans in the Durham region and across the GTA. If we move on to the next slide, slide number 4. So slide number 4 speaks to what has been captured in the municipal region of Durham census slides documentation. So it looks at the earlier residential development, residential growth in Durham. And it looks as early as 81, and it looks on as late as 2016, because we're due to have that tracking in place. But again, I question, who are we capturing across Durham? And this particular account for Durham's population is missing the earlier settlers to Durham region, which would be the Indigenous community. But I do notice on the next slide, page 5, that when there is a capturing of an ethnic population, there is 2 categories for the Indigenous community: North American Aboriginal and other North American origins. I don't know who that would represent. And maybe there needs to be some clarity as to how Durham could better serve a larger community and a larger population that has greatly influenced and has greatly provided historically land and space for all of us to enjoy. And how do we keep that in our awareness? And how do we keep that going throughout our practice in our policies and our procedures?
Ms. Thomas?
So I noticed the time. Thank you.
Just hold for 1 second,
sorry.
please. Members of Council, motion to extend for 2 minutes.
I'll move to extend, Mr. Chair.
Extend, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Councillor Marin Pietri. Second voice was?
Councillor Anderson.
Councillor Anderson. On the extension of 2 minutes, I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Opposition? Hearing none. Ms. Thomas, please continue. You have 2 more additional minutes.
Wow, thank you very much, members of council. I appreciate the time. So on page 6, slide 6, when we look at United Nations rights for Indigenous people and the United Nations International Decade for Peoples of African Descent, we're just, excuse me, my throat is running dry first. Sorry about that. So with the United Declaration of Rights for Indigenous Peoples, we are in that position, we've just stepped away from that. It was from 2007 to 2014, and we stepped away from a framework of addressing truth and reconciliation, healing and peace, as well as in a harmonious and cooperative relationship based on the principles of justice, democracy, and respect for human rights. And we are now actually walking into the United Nations International Decade of Peoples from African descent, And in looking at some of the turnaround, I can't remember which council member spoke to the new diversity position and some of the accolades. We would hope that this person is also very much connected to the Mississaugas of Scugog. That they would be connected, and members of council will also have access to some of the training benefits of both Mississaugas of Scugog and the historical background or the qualifications, the wealth that was brought forward
Ms. Thomas, you must wrap up.
The table. Excuse me?
You must wrap up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was in my 2 minutes.
Yes.
So the position that I'm speaking to, I have 2 more slides. This position that I'm speaking to is Social Justice and Domestic Affairs Commission. Please turn to slide number 8. So in this proposal, there would be a commission dedicated to house that person that is going to be employed under the diversity and equity assignment, to have support from someone who is the Social Justice Commissioner and also Indigenous Council representatives who would be seated at council level to discuss some of the racism and some of the anti-racism and discrimination that may present as systemic barriers across Durham region, and hopefully invite both an anti-discrimination, anti-racism, and Indigenous Advisory Council to partake in some of the conversations. I've left both speaking notes. I believe you have both speaking notes and some of the points that could be considered for such a position in the near future. I do hope that this person that you are hiring has some of this in mind for Durham region. And the benefits are long-term in terms of having the Mississaugas of Scugog at the table when you're having these conversations about supporting an Indigenous community and environment. And that's the end of my delegation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Don't go yet. Members of council, questions to Ms. Thomas? Seeing none in the chat box. Ms. Thomas, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Members of council, we'll move on to presentations. Item 5.1, Elaine Baxter-Traher, our CAO, and Nancy Taylor, Commissioner of Finance, Nicole Pemcombe, Director of Business and Planning Budgets, and the heads of departments for the 2021 Regional Business Plans and Budgets Property Tax Purpose. Madam CEO, when you're ready.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Chair Henry and members of Regional Council, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present an overview of the 2021 Durham Region Property Tax and Supported Business Plans and Budgets. Before beginning today's presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the senior leadership team and all staff involved in development of these proposed 2021 budgets for their efforts and dedication in developing what is before you today. A special thank you to Commissioner Taylor and Nicole Pincombe for their leadership in the development of the budget, and the business planning and budget staff team who have worked tirelessly on the 2021 budget. A significant amount of collaboration, input, prioritization, and strategic creativity is reflected in the business plans and budgets presented today. This presentation is a high-level summary of the full budget presentation, which was provided to the February 9th Finance and Administration Committee, which was attended by a number of council members. As part of the presentation, each of the department heads will take a couple of minutes to highlight the key accomplishments achieved in 2020. And on behalf of myself and all of the commissioners and executive team, I would like to thank staff across the region for the incredible accomplishments of 2020, all while managing a global pandemic. Nancy and Nicole will then join me in presenting an overview of the proposed 2021 business plans and budgets. Next slide, please. 2020 provided us with many challenges, most significantly a worldwide pandemic. The effects of this have been far-reaching and have had a significant bearing on the shaping of the 2021 budget through increased demand on frontline services in response to the pandemic, as well as positioning the region to effectively implement the COVID-19 recovery plan. We also can't forget the important priorities set by Council through the strategic plan, most particularly services to support our vulnerable residents. Both of these things have intersected as the pandemic has highlighted challenges our vulnerable residents face. Council has also strongly supported, through pre-budget approval, the creation of the Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Office, as well as the Rapid Transit and Transit-Oriented Development Office. Countering anti-Black racism is a fundamental priority, and leveraging effort to achieve the Go East extension to Bowmanville are transformational to our residents. The budget has been a particular challenge this year based on competing priorities, including supporting those most affected by COVID-19 versus the sensitivity to taxpayer affordability in light of COVID-19. The gradual reopening of Durham Region is welcome news for our hard-hit businesses and residents. The target set by Council for 2021 was 2%. With significant commitment from all departments, our base budget for 2021 is 1.54%. In December, a significant tax appeal was settled, resulting in an additional uncontrollable increase of 0.15%. In addition, Durham Region Police Services Board is requesting additional funding above the guideline for the phased implementation of the body-worn camera program. Should Council opt to proceed with this program, there is an additional increase in the regional levy of 0.29%. With these two additional increases, the 2021 business plans and budget sits at 1.98%, an annual increase of $55 for an average residential property owner. Next slide, please. "2020 has been a very challenging year. The region has been very nimble and responsive in adapting to rapid change in not only the demands for regional programs and services, but also changes in how we deliver these critical frontline programs and services. In addition to continually adapting in response to the pandemic, we have also successfully delivered a number of our strategic goals. We would like to take a couple of minutes to highlight by department the key initiatives that together we have achieved over 2020. For the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, these include implementation of the region's Emergency Management Master Plan, including facilitating the declaration of the emergency, establishing and activating the Virtual Emergency Operating Center, providing strategic advice to the regional control group and departments, leading task forces that secured personal protective equipment and developed the staff screening tool, and logistics planning for mass immunization, which we are in the thick of right now. The CAO's office has also managed all aspects of the region's communications, including COVID-19 communications, supporting all departments in communicating their programs, and convening a variety of virtual town halls. We also opened the Rapid Transit and Transit-Oriented Development Office to capitalize on the economic and community building benefits associated with rapid transit across the region. And we launched a new 5-year strategic plan following a year of engagement with regional council staff and the public. We convened 30 meetings with MPs and MPPs to advance regional priorities. And we advanced implementation of our climate action program, including partnering with local energy utilities and credit unions to co-develop the Durham Home Energy Savings Program, which will deliver deep energy retrofits to reduce energy use and emissions while creating local jobs and investments. We also secured funding for electric vehicle charging stations and launched the Leaf Backyard Tree Planting Program. We launched 10 collaborative projects as the first semester in the launch of the City Studio program took place. We launched the Intelligent Communities Framework to align current and future service innovations and published 10 videos showcasing ongoing projects. And we supported public town halls to address anti-Black racism and advocate for the development of diversity, equity, and inclusion to provide a dedicated focus on the work, including establishing a community-based anti-racism task force. And finally, we enhanced focus on accessibility of information and services, including training 635 staff on accessible documents, presentations, and we presented accessibility awards to local business champions on their efforts in this regard. With that, I will now turn it over to Commissioner Bridgman, who will highlight the achievements of the Planning and Economic Development Department.
All right. Thank you, Elaine, and good morning, everyone. The 2020 accomplishments for planning and economic development. I'll start first with planning. And there we advanced the development of Envision Durham. That is the municipal comprehensive review of the region's official plan. We did a lot of great work in 2020, and that will continue to be an area of priority focus for us in 2021. We streamlined the process for delegated decisions. And there we primarily mean the Land Division Committee. I was delegated approval authority to approve the minor, non-controversial types of land division applications, severances, lot line adjustments, and things like that. And that's so that the committee can use its time more effectively to deal with the more complex matters. Thirdly, we implemented various online services, including meetings and e-payments and dashboards. And there we're referring predominantly to the work that we do with the development community. We have a lot of pre-consultation meetings and things. And so we have progressed very well to having those meetings virtually and online together with e-payments. So we've made a lot of progress there, and development applications have been continued to be addressed throughout the pandemic. We approved a new woodland conservation bylaw, also known as the tree bylaw, and we're working on a site assessment protocol, again, sometimes referred to as the site contamination protocol, so that's coming along. As well, we supported a number of corporate priorities, including the Go East extension, advancing the pre-servicing of employment lands, and also increasing the supply of affordable housing. Moving then to the Economic Development and Tourism Division, 2020 accomplishments there. Certainly a great deal of work supporting local businesses impacted by the pandemic through the launch of the Durham Economic Task Force, the development of a variety of website resources, some work on local food business expansion, the award-winning Downtowns of Durham website. There was a variety, a creation of recovery video series. The digital Main Street that was launched toward the end of 2020 has been very successful and well received, as well as a variety of other support services. And then also in 2020, we continued to advance the broadband strategy, including a region-wide survey of residents and businesses so that we could get a very good snapshot of where the coverage is and where the gaps are. So that was a lot of work there. Working on the business case development, And certainly, as you know, we are pursuing all available grant funding at the federal and the provincial levels. So those are just some of the accomplishments from Planning and Economic Development for 2020. And I will now turn it over to Sue Siopis, Works Department. Sue.
Ms. Siopis, you might be muted.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry about that. So I'll say good morning again, and thank you for the time to talk about the achievements of the Works Department in 2020. Some of the things we accomplished in 2020 include rehabbing 28 kilometers of roadway. That in those projects, we included 17 kilometers of wider paved shoulders on the rural roads. We advanced development of our building standard and low carbon fleet strategy. And we continued to work on the modernization and optimization of workspace, both at regional headquarters and at 101 Consumers Drive. We implemented various initiatives associated with Vision Zero and including the automated speed enforcement and the red light camera program. Along with the road work, we have also expanded the regional cycling network with an additional 3.2 kilometers of cycling infrastructure. And we played a significant role in supporting corporate initiatives, including the Bus Rapid Transit project, Go East Extension, the broadband projects, Housing Master Plan, My Durham 311, various sustainability initiatives, and the COVID-19 response. On the waste management side of things, we consulted last year on the new long-term waste management master plan. We advanced the process for our pre-sort and anaerobic digestion project. And we worked towards the amendment of the incinerators permitted capacity from 140 to 160,000 tons per year. We also continue to work at the Oshawa landfill site, where through expansion of the groundwater monitoring network, slope revegetation, and creation of salmon habitat in the creek. Those are some of the accomplishments of the Works Department in 2020. And with that, I'll pass it over to Bill Holmes, General Manager of Durham Region Transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And good morning, Council. 2020 was truly a tale of two periods at DRT. At the beginning of the year, we were coming off of record ridership in 2019 of over 11 million riders. And in January and February, we had exceeded our ridership targets by more than 7.5%, and we were on our way for another all-time high. Similarly, our revenues exceeded target until the province went into lockdown in mid-March. I must acknowledge that the funding that was made available to transit agencies through the provincially and federally funded Safe Restart program, coupled with DRT cost containment efforts, were instrumental in addressing our resulting 2020 revenue shortfall. But despite the challenges of the pandemic, DRT staff were instrumental in our achievements for 2020. Staff implemented safety measures across DRT services, including protective operator shields, face covering requirements, and hand sanitizing stations. With the September implementation of the Phase A service plan that included on-demand, all residents had access to frequent and reliable public transit services 7 days a week, regardless of where they live, work, or travel within the region. The phased approach to service responded to the realities of the pandemic and will ensure a sustainable transit service supporting ridership recovery and future network expansion. Articulated buses were introduced on DRT Pulse Route 900 on Highway 2, offering added capacity and physical distancing on DRT's busiest line, which will be very important to support ridership growth and physical distancing efforts into the future. Staff implemented new core transit routes, including Pulse 901 Simcoe, the Route 902 between Oshawa and Bowmanville, Route 905 from Port Perry directly to the Whitby GO station, and Route 917, our first regional route south of Highway 401 between Pickering and Oshawa. To enhance safety and convenience of our customers, we launched an enhanced scheduling platform for DRT On Demand, enabling customers to book trips in real time using an app on their cell phone or by telephoning one of our booking agents. More than 5,000 free Presto cards were issued when transfers were temporarily paused to support customers to be able to transition to a safe, contactless fare payment system. Presto e-tickets were also implemented quickly to provide that additional safe and contactless fare payment option for our customers. And finally, all Presto devices were replaced, which reduced the delays for online card loads from 1 hour or to 1 hour from 24 hours, and it set us up to launch open payment later in 2021. Our focus is safety and stability. Continuing to maintain a safe transit system during the recovery period will be paramount to the trust of customers when they're ready to resume their travel with DRT. Our existing network is stable, and customers will experience enhanced frequency and return of scheduled services ridership demands grow this year. Our approach to service has been and continues to be one of optimism, addressing current challenges while being positioned to respond quickly to increasing ridership demand. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Kyle.
So good morning, everybody. I am very proud of all of our accomplishments in 2020, including those that are listed on this slide. In 2020, we launched the COVID-19 data tracker and COVID-19 webpage. We implemented virtual home visiting services and assessments for several programs. We developed online submission forms for receipt of confidential and outbreak information. We followed up in over 15,000 COVID-19 cases and contacts. We initiated over 11,000 investigations in facilities. We received and distributed over 128,000 test results for follow-up. And we completed over 44,000 nursing assessments to determine if further medical intervention was required. With respect to paramedic services, we obtained over 13,000 nasal swabs. We provided over 465,000 hours of emergency response. We completed 45,000 patient hospital transports, and we exceeded 4 of 5 response time targets. And before turning it over to Commissioner Danis Papakonstantinou, I would just like to acknowledge the support we've received from all of our regional partners throughout the pandemic in every step of the way. So over to Commissioner Stella.
Thank you, Dr. Kyle, and good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to provide an overview of some of the 2020 social services accomplishments. In 2020, Regional Council approved the development of a new master housing strategy that aims to improve affordability and access to housing across Durham Region. Later in 2021, we will present to Regional Council an approach for the potential redevelopment, intensification, and regeneration of 4 Durham Regional Local Housing Corporation sites in Oshawa. The ongoing commitment and efforts to ending homelessness provided better housing outcomes for vulnerable citizens. The Build for Zero Canada partnership includes a robust coordinated access system and a by name list. And to date, more than 100 chronically homeless people have been housed. The by name list is an important measure for establishing a baseline of chronic homelessness. There have been extraordinary efforts put forth by our long-term care staff during the pandemic to ensure our residents, many with complex and multiple medical issues, can receive the compassionate care they need. This includes hiring and training approximately 400 additional temporary staff. In the face of COVID-19 outbreaks, an unprecedented period of increased oversight, protocols, and restrictions were upheld by staff, including close adherence to evolving ministry directives and policy changes, as well as following guidance from public health. The delivery of needed programs and services across the Social Services Department was sustained throughout the pandemic, with seamless transitioning to virtual services to those that need our help. These services made available to the community include 3,000 intakes of virtual counseling services for mental health and anxiety, delivery of the Ontario Works program for those facing financial hardship that involved an average monthly caseload through 2020 of 8,400 families and singles, amounting to just over 15,000 people. Virtual workshops for life stabilization and employment supports were also established for Ontario Works clients, where 838 people received virtual services. And by the end of 2020, a total of 1,100 clients working with employment supports obtained employment, including 367 who exited Ontario Works for full-time or part-time employment. Children's Services developed and implemented a plan to provide emergency childcare and the safe reopening of childcare centers throughout the pandemic. Childcare was provided to essential and frontline workers at no cost, allowing for 300 children to receive care in 2020, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, based on individual family need. Further support to families and licensed childcare operators was provided through town hall sessions, resources, provisions for PPE, financial and technical supports, and consultation. This sector experienced high demand and needed to adapt swiftly for providing responsive, safe, high quality care to families during the pandemic. In addition, through Children's Services, improvements have been made to modernize the fee subsidy waitlist through processes that ensure the waitlist is current and accessible. The modernized waitlist process will allow us to anticipate demand much more effectively than before. During COVID-19, support service coordination and community outreach ensured safety measures, shelter, and mental health supports for vulnerable residents across Durham. These efforts included the In and Out of the Crisis program located at Camp Samak during the first wave of the pandemic, which aimed at lowering the curve of the spread of COVID-19 in our communities while providing on-site support services. 109 clients were supported in this program from May to September 2020. The region's primary care outreach program, PCOP, a partnership of social services and the health department, paramedics, had over 3,000 client encounters in 2020, providing trauma and addictions counseling and support service navigation to the unsheltered community. The Senior Safety Office of our Long-Term Care Division provided support to vulnerable seniors who are experiencing situations where their safety is compromised. This Senior Safety Advisor works in consultation with Durham Regional Police Inspector. In 2020, there were approximately 500 intake calls referrals, twice the 2019 amount, a third of which involved wellness checks. Additional wellness checks were completed by Ontario Works staff and totaled over 27,000 check-ins with clients to provide life stabilization support and linkages to food, medical care, and community resources. Social Services also created the Durham Region COVID-19 Funders Table to better coordinate community funding efforts and includes 14 active members. Over $5.5 million in COVID-19 funding has been allocated in the community by local funders. The Social Services Department developed a community social investment framework to support allocation of investments to community nonprofits serving residents who are facing the greatest needs and barriers across Durham Region. This concludes the Social Services overview, and now I will turn it over to Commissioner John Beaton. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Good morning, Regional Chair and members of Council. I'm pleased to present the accomplishments of the Corporate Services Department for 2020. As a reminder, Corporate Services is currently comprised of 4 divisions: Legal Services, which includes the Solicitor's Office, as well as POA Court Services and Prosecution Services; Legislative Services, Information Technology, and Human Resources. In 2020, a significant percentage of our overall effort and activities for corporate services related to responding to and meeting the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. Several activities we had planned were put on hold or delayed start. For 2020, the Human Resources Division was focused on the essential hiring of temporary workers for social services, long-term care, public health, and other areas of the organization. In total, over 750 new staff were brought on board to support the delivery of service. The temporary positions that were required to meet the needs of the region's pandemic response included resident care aides, COVID-19 screeners, personal support workers, per the new provincial mandate to not allow PSWs to work in multiple areas within a long-term care home or to work in more than one long-term care facilities. Our Human Resources team also worked with several of our collective bargaining units to expand staffing hours, add new shifts to ensure physical distancing was appropriate in our depots and plants. The Health, Safety, Wellness team within HR were involved in preparing and delivering PPE, personal protective equipment education to regional employees, reviewing PPE coming into the environment, and providing fit testing of masks for hundreds of staff. This team is also responsible for responding to site visits by the Ministry of Labour. Our Human Resources Division also delivered on several non-pandemic related programs in 2020, including the transition of all corporate training programs to a virtual environment. A major 2020 project for Human Resources, in collaboration with the Finance Department, was the successful delivery of the new e-performance module in our Human Capital Management System. In 2020, our Legislative Services Division moved all the committee and council meetings to a virtual environment while supporting members of council and staff to ensure that the business of the organization continued. In addition, Legislative Services, Corporate Call Center, and Public Front Counter staff from regional headquarters were transitioned to teleworking without any service interruption. 2020 also saw the launch of the new Regional Access and Privacy Office at headquarters, which deals with freedom of information requests, information access requests, etc. As with the HR training, the information management team of Legislative Services also switched to a virtual method of delivery for their training and certification programs. In our Legal Services Division, they continue to manage the court rescheduling and fine collections. And in partnership with Legislative Services Division, who receives the fines on behalf of Durham, the Vision Zero program, a total of over 22,000 automated speed enforcement and red light camera tickets were received from the beginning of October until mid-December. Legal Services has also been instrumental in delivering partnerships with the area municipalities by providing legal representation and prosecution services to the area municipalities. We also provide a much needed support to the area municipalities as a much lower rate than external firms, but also generates some revenue for Legal Services Division. The Information Technology Division has been extremely busy supporting the region's computer and technology needs. The recent planning and execution of the deployment of Microsoft Office 365 to the region assisted in the smooth transition of 1,600 staff from working at a regional location to effectively work from home. Staff in IT increased the technical capabilities of our virtual private network, VPN, to securely handle the load from all staff working from the outside. The IT team implemented a virtual desktop, allowing regional staff secure access to the corporation from any computing device. IT staff, in collaboration with the staff of the Health Department, were instrumental in the development of the COVID-19 data tracker on Durham.ca, which keeps track of all residents informed of the regional statistics with respect to outbreaks, counts, etc. Similar to Legal Services Division, the IT division provided support to the area municipalities. The townships of Brock and Uxbridge were provided with technology reviews, recommendations, and roadmaps for implementation. In fact, several IT enhancements were completed in Brock in 2020, including the connection to the regional area network, which provides them greater access. Finally, I would like to mention that the IT Division of Corporate Services was recently awarded a Canadian Data Center Excellence Award, known as the CDCXA, on behalf of Durham Region. The award was in recognition of how IT deployed the modern desktop in 2020, a service which is central to our organization's ability to adopt teleworking and alternate work arrangements. The award also recognizes how the IT team was able to rapidly bring new services online, including the data tracker, and it celebrates the telephony team for migrating more than 1,000 individuals to soft phones from a desktop phone. Thank you, Regional Chair and members of Council, for the opportunity to advise you of some of the Corporate Services 2020 achievements. I would like to now pass it to the Commissioner of Finance, Ms. Nancy Taylor. Nancy?
Good morning, Chair Henry and members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. Like other departments, the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted both the amount of work as well as how our work is undertaken in the Finance Department, and many of these impacts will continue for 2021. They include things like hosting weekly and bi-weekly meetings with local area treasurers and Ontario Regional Single-Tier treasurers, the introduction of e-transfer payments for a significant number of customer payment streams. We added more than 30 new reporting requirements for federal provincial funding programs, and that number continues to grow. We processed approximately 8,000 extra payments in 2020 for temporary pandemic pay and temporary wage enhancements, and again, those continue into 2021. We prepared an open call for PPE items, which saw 356 responses received. So in addition to those examples of responding to COVID-19 impacts, the Finance Department has also delivered on a number of strategic priorities. So they include introducing a modern internal audit division, providing consulting assurance and education training services across the region, launching the Farm 911 project, a number of procurement initiatives, including introduction of a P-card program, hosting of virtual site meetings, and full digitization of procurement documentation. We also approved regional revitalization program applications, a number of system improvements to our finance software and HCM software, as Commissioner Beaton referenced. And as you would have seen, the modernization of our business planning and budget process documentation, including quite particularly hosting a virtual town hall with 12,000 participants. Next slide, please. So I'm now going to shift gears into providing an overview on the 2021 budget. So these two pie charts provide great detail on the property tax supported portion of the budget. And if you can look here, the total property tax supported budget is $1.488 billion for 2021. The largest expenditures on the left side you can see relate to social services at 29%, police at almost 22%, roads and bridges 17%, and regional transit 8%. On the right side of the screen, the funding is reflected there, and our property taxes support 48.9% of those expenditures. The balance comes from provincial investment and grants, reserves and reserve funds, and this year we have debenture proceeds as well occurring. Next slide, please. Well, the previous slide provided details on the breakdown of our entirety of our budget. This slide provides a breakdown of the regional portion of the tax bill. So that 48.9% that was mentioned on the last slide, this is how it breaks down. So the property owner of an average single detached home in Durham will pay about $238 per month or $28.59 annually, and that's based on a 2021 current value assessment of $483,000. And you can see from this slide here, the largest three portions of the tax bill are 30.6% towards regional police service, and 18.5% for social services, which includes long-term care, children's services, family services, social housing, and social assistance, and 13% for roads and bridges. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the impact of the 2021 regional property taxes based on the proposed 2021 budget before you today. There are no reassessment impacts for 2021 due to the provincial postponement of the 2021 reassessment. And there's consultation underway on that because we have concerns over what may occur there, and we will take a look at providing some insight to the ministry when and where, and some training for members of council once we're aware of that. So for the average residential property owner in Durham with a 2021 CVA of 483, as mentioned, you can see on this slide, the 2021 property tax bill will be $28.59. That includes a $55 budgetary increase that's before you. In that middle portion of the slide, you see the commercial regional budgetary increase, and that translates to about $83 for a CVA of $500,000 on a commercial property. What's really important to note there for this particular year is that the education portion of a property tax bill is projected to decrease by about $500 as a result of the reduction in the provincial business education tax rates. So that means commercial properties on average should see a decrease in their total tax bill. And then the same is true in the bottom section of the slide here. We speak to the industrial budgetary impact of an approximate $1 million CVA property. And in this case, the regional impact will be $232. And the important note here on this slide is that the education portion will result in about a decrease of about $3,500 on those industrial properties. So I think that's a really important item to note for 2021. Now, I do see in the comments in the slides that the slide advancement maybe is not quite as fast as my words on my screen. They're coming up as I'm speaking. So my apologies for that, and we'll sort of see how this goes. So on to the next slide. So this slide is our 2021 capital budget and 9-year forecast. The Region of Durham owns and is responsible for the maintenance, renewal, and replacement of assets with an estimated replacement value of $15.26 billion. And you can see the breakdown between water, sewer, transportation, and facilities on the left side of the screen there. On the right side of the screen, I know the numbers are small, and this is in attachment to the budget report. The 2021 major capital program totals $314.6 million, and you can see the details on attachment for the budget report. And the details are within each respective budget books by department. So some highlights of that 2021 capital program. Transportation is about $165.2 million, and that includes the $48 million for ICIP projects, as Council has seen multiple reports on. Net of that, there's $117 million that includes funds for network expansion, road rehabilitation, bridge rehab and replacement, and road safety infrastructure. Transit totals about $27 million, and it also includes about $19 million in those Investment in Canada Infrastructure ICIP transit capital projects. Excluding that, there's about $8.2 million, and $6 million is for the design cost for a new bus storage and service facility. Under police, you see advancement of the Clarington Police Complex Phase 2 for $81 million. There is the dollars for the supportive housing in Beaverton and the microhome pilot project under social services. There is about $700,000 for various capital projects across the 4 long-term care homes. And then we've reflected in here, Council will recall, we've applied for COVID resilience infrastructure projects of about $5.3 million. That is reflected in this budget. And we've applied for just under $1 million under the long-term care stream, which is less assured, but we will hope that we will find some success in improving those projects. And included in that 5.3 I mentioned is the Pickering Exbridge Fibre Trunk, and $390,000 towards 5 hybrid ambulance projects for vehicles. The financing at the bottom, and this is really a particular interest in the new format of the budget. We have now pulled together all of the forecasted financing across all departments rather than seeing some of them stand alone. So you can see the financing for the 2021 in that 2021 column, and notably about almost $25 million from property taxes. But the 2022 to 2030 capital plan, it's only recommended for information, but we'll keep reviewing this capital forecast because, as you could note here, there are some variations in the support from the various sources of financing through this process. So this is a new level of information for Council, and you can see, for example, the usage of reserve funds over that forecast window is $650 million. You can see debentures of $480 million. So we have a lot of work to do to continue to refine this, but this is the first time Council will have seen this in a full snapshot altogether in one place. Next slide, please. I wanted to spend a couple of minutes speaking about the use of reserves and reserve funds. The proposed 2021 business plans and budgets includes a balanced and sustainable use of reserves and reserve funds, development charges, provincial and federal gas tax. This is a big shift. We are now allowing effective utilization of reserves and reserve funds to mitigate taxation impacts and deliver on Council priorities. So we are proposing a total draw from all of these sources of $225 million. This is an increase of $47.8 million from last year, or 27%. The table shows a draw of $25 million from the Healthcare Reserve Fund for Grandview and Lakeridge Health Bowmanville, should Council opt to proceed. And I mentioned this at Finance and Admin, and it's important to note here, this will draw all accumulated funds to zero and will require full dedication of the entirety of the current annual tax levy support for the next 5 years. So there would be no funds remaining for other considerations, and we will be needing to require significant additional funding for further hospital support. The hospital had presented their 10-year plan over and above the Bowmanville request. As a note, the Operating Impact Reserve Fund does have an uncommitted balance of $59 million. However, given the evolving nature of the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting recovery continuing to have an effect on the region, there's quite a strong possibility that additional draws on that reserve fund will be necessary. And some examples of that are on the slide here. About $17 million in COVID impacts on transit if we can't apply Safe Restart funding beyond March 31st. Vaccine rollout costs are quite a concern. We have received notice that the costs will be covered, but nothing in writing and no real detail on that. And we are making decisions on an emergency basis at this point to get clinics up and running. We may be looking at increasing in long-term care staffing standards based on what the province may announce. As you know, broadband costs have to be addressed, and you'll be receiving reports on that mid-year. I referenced the funding for Lakeridge Health's 10-year master plan. And as discussed at both Health and Social Services and Finance and Admin, the potential impact of converting nurses and public health inspectors from temporary to permanent, depending on recruitment implications, may have a bearing here as well. I know I went through a lot of information very quickly there, but I will now turn it over to Nicole to take us through the next sequence of slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. So this slide summarizes the key budget adjustments and pressures that are facing the region in 2021. And each year what we do is we look carefully at the base budget to make those adjustments that are needed to keep that base current. These items do not always result in additional costs, and often there are cost savings or increased revenue that are included in the adjustments. So these types of adjustments include adjustments for annualization of prior year budget approvals, removal of one-time items that were approved in prior budgets, adjustments for contractual, inflationary, and economic increases, savings that have been identified through line-by-line reviews, which are undertaken by each department and look at historical spend over a period of at least 3 years. For the 2021 budget, this identified $2.75 million in budget reductions that did not have any impact on service levels and represented savings of nearly $0.4 million on the levy. As Nancy's highlighted, we look at the use of reserves and reserve funds to ensure that, and for 2021, we used approximately $225 million in these reserves and reserve fund financing. For 2021, COVID-19 impacts were also a strong consideration, and additional details will be discussed on the next slide. And lastly, we look at strategic investments that are aligned with the region's approved strat plan. Next slide, please. So one of the most significant impacts on the 2021 budget has been COVID-19. And the pandemic continues to have significant and evolving impacts on the region through both increased demands on a number of our critical services and programs, as well as requiring us to change how we deliver our programs and services. The region has been very nimble and responsive in adapting to these evolving demands and requirements. It is anticipated that the region will continue to face significant financial pressures throughout 2021 in responding to the pandemic, advancing our recovery plan, and our vaccine rollout. For some program areas like long-term care and public health, permanent changes in programs and services are expected as a result of the pandemic. Other impacts are expected to be more temporary. So the 2021 budget provides funding for both those temporary impacts as well, where known, the more permanent impacts. So the slide before you illustrates the anticipated temporary impacts of COVID-19 on the region's operations in 2021. The total estimate is $20.2 million, and this is based on the information that we currently have available, and it's anticipated it could change as the pandemic and the vaccine rollout continue to evolve. In developing the 2021 budget, staff attempted to provide flexibility to respond to the changing demands on programs and services. Some highlights of the temporary impacts that are included in the proposed budget before you include $100,000 in corporate communications to ensure the residents and businesses have current information in order to keep safe and reduce the spread of COVID-19. The Economic Development Division includes about $145,000 in additional support costs to support our local businesses that have been impacted by COVID-19. Public Health includes $1.4 million. The majority of this is for temporary staffing for both public health inspectors and public health nurses, in addition to about $100,000 in PPE costs. In social services, the total is about $1.1 million and includes temporary staffing costs in order to complete the mandated active screening at all long-term care homes, as well as cleaning supplies, PPE, and infection control supplies. Largely, one of the largest divisions impacted by the pandemic is transit. The impacts here for 2021 are forecasted to be $17.4 million. This includes both costs for cleaning of about $2 million. And the more significant impact is our impact on revenue, which includes revenue shortfalls anticipated of about $11.3 million in fares and $3.7 million in our UPass revenue, as well as a decrease in our advertising revenue. The 2021 budget proposes to use senior government assistance provided under the Safe Restart program to help mitigate the above temporary fiscal impacts of COVID-19. Currently, the use of the Safe Restart Program funds are limited to COVID impacts incurred by March 31st of 2021. Staff continue to advocate for the ability to apply the Safe Restart funding on the amounts that have been awarded to the region on impacts beyond March 31st. The budget report includes a recommendation seeking authorization for the regional chair to send a letter requesting this increased flexibility. Should the provincial and federal governments not extend the eligibility date beyond March 31st, the region will need to consider further cost mitigation measures and the use of operating impact stabilization reserve funds. Next slide, please. So the next 5 slides highlight the strategic investments that are contained in the proposed 2021 budget, and they're organized under each of the 5 goals of the region's strat plan. So under the first goal of economic prosperity, key initiatives include preparing a transit-oriented development implementation strategy, which will capitalize on the economic and community building benefits that are associated with rapid transit investment. Developing and launching a refreshed economic development strategy and action plan, and pursuing Project Woodward, which is a project to establish a clean energy innovation hub for businesses in the Clarington Energy Park. Advancing the deployment of broadband infrastructure to the underserviced areas within the region. This is pending approval of senior government funding in response to our recent applications under the COVID Resilience Infrastructure Program, the Provincial ICON Program, and the Federal Universal Broadband Fund Program. And lastly, continuing to advance the development of the region's official plan, Envision Durham. Next slide, please. Under the goal of environmental sustainability, key initiatives include continuing to develop and implement a corporate climate change master plan to achieve GHG reduction targets. Key components of this plan involve developing Durham building standards, which will include measures to advance the region's climate change and energy conservation initiatives, and developing and implementing the region's low carbon fleet strategy. Other environmental sustainability priorities include increasing diversion through the advancement of the region's pre-sort and anaerobic digestion facility, and piloting a biocover application on the former Oshawa landfill site to convert additional methane into carbon dioxide. Next slide, please. Under the goal of social investments, key initiatives include various projects in support of the region's housing strategy and support of Council's goal of initiating the development of 1,000 new affordable housing units within 5 years. These include the development of supportive housing rental units, provision of additional DRLHC operating funding to address the systemic budget pressures in this area, as well as expansion of Durham's portable housing benefits and a shift from rent-geared to income units to facilitate a more immediate and flexible assistance to low-income people on Durham's access to social housing waitlists. And lastly, investigate licensed childcare options to support families that are working shifts. Next slide, please. Under the goal of community vitality, key initiatives include working in partnership with DRPS and Lake Ridge Health to provide 3 additional nurses for the mental health support unit. Working with the province and Lake Ridge Health to pilot a community paramedicine program in Durham, which will provide support to high-intensity needs clients requiring supplemental community paramedicine services beyond both home and community care. Enhancing the level of care and supports for our residents in the region's long-term care homes, and providing funding for Grandview Children's Center, Lake Ridge Health, Bowmanville, Durham College Whitby, and Trent University Durham under the region's Community Investment Grant Program. Next slide, please. And lastly, under the goal of service excellence, key initiatives include implementing a multi-year enterprise My Durham 311 project that enhances the customer experience of the region, providing for the ongoing maintenance and renewal of the region's assets, increasing the virtual delivery of public health, social assistance, family, POA, and RPDS services, and continuing implementation of CAD-Link software and paramedic services to enhance dispatch systems, improve documentation, and enhance paramedic response. And building on the early success in the first year of the City Studio Durham project, plans are underway to expand collaboration with Durham's post-secondary institutions. And lastly, advancing the region's electronic document management project. I'll now turn it over to Elaine to conclude the presentation.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Over the course of the forecast period, there are various financial pressures the region faces in order to respond to its growing population, changes in demographics, evolving community needs, and maintenance of our assets. Some of the more significant specific pressures include investment in broadband, which Nicole just described, investment to implement Council's commitment to climate change, including the implementation of the region's climate change master plan being presented to Council this spring, increased operating cost pressures for long-term care homes to address anticipated increased standards of care coming from the recent commission and review of long-term care undertaken by the province, potential additional resources for health to address potential permanent changes to programs and services resulting from COVID-19, investment to achieve Council's affordable housing targets and address the significant capital investment required in the region's aging social housing portfolio, and finally, funding for Grandview Children's Centre and Lakeridge Health's 10-year master plan. Staff are working to develop a long-term sustainable funding strategy to support these significant initiatives. Next slide, please. In closing, the proposed 2021 business plans and budget represents a 1.98 property tax impact, which is $55 a year for the average residential property owner. The budget responds to increased demands on frontline services in response to COVID-19, positions the region to implement the COVID-19 recovery plan, includes targeted investments in key strategic priority areas aligned with the region's strategic plan, provides for the implementation of body-worn camera programs, responds to assessment-based adjustment for the auto sector appeal, and balances these pressures with the need for taxpayer affordability. Thank you very much. And with that, Mr. Chair, we're open for questions.
Thank you, Elaine. Members of Council, I am monitoring the chat box, and the first member of Council to ask questions is Councillor Joe Neal. Councillor Neal, can you direct your questions to the appropriate commissioner or to the CAO?
Okay. So my first question is to Mr. Beaton. So for the My Durham 311, how many calls were handled in 2020?
The My Durham 311 program is still in initiation. If you're actually talking the corporate call center, 1 second. 25,000 calls to the corporate call center in 2020.
No, but was that calls to reception or?
So our corporate call center is our main number coming into the building and then would redirect to the appropriate service area.
But is that My Durham 311, is that operational now or not?
No, it will not be operational until the first phase will be going live in 2021, and then subsequently over the next 3 years, the other groups will move into this My Durham 311.
But sort of, I think, have we spent about $6 million on that to date?
I know there was a budget of allocation of that, but we have not spent that, no.
So what stage is it at then? Like, did anything progress in 2020 or not?
So in 2020, we have released the RFP for the software to do our corporate call center. As well, we have been working with the departments to determine what resources are currently doing customer service work and would move into the My Durham 311 and working with our collective bargaining units at this point in time.
So it doesn't, like, in other words, I see you're seeking a manager for this, but it doesn't sound like it's really progressed very much from where we were a year ago.
Well, there is a lot of preliminary work that needs to move forward with that program. A lot of the processes, a lot of the procedures have to change, and we've done a significant number of changes to our telephony system to handle some changes coming forward. Example, our telephony system now can deal with voice rather than having to talk to an individual, so you could call in and actually speak and get connected to the people that you need to get connected to. So there's a lot of background activities that are happening in the first phase.
But I thought the idea was you're going to get everybody together more or less in one sort of dedicated space. I take it that's not happening because of COVID. Is that a fair assumption?
That will be happening. Again, when we presented to Regional Council, it was a 3-year plan to move this program forward. With COVID, we've been slightly delayed in the first year plan, but it is a 3-year program.
So what actual programs are on that now? Because I thought the first one was demo, which, you know, only got a handful of calls a year. So what's actually part of it now?
So as I said, the first group will not move in until approximately August of this year is the time frame, and the corporate call center and demo will be the first components that will be moving over to that. But there's no group formally part of My Durham 311 at this point in time.
So is it possible to find out how much has actually been spent on that to date?
I will have to get back to you on that, but yes, I can get that to you.
All right, thank you. And to Ms. Taylor, so it's a fairly big number. You're saying that 59 million is being with net withdrawals from reserves over and above 2020. That's a pretty hefty number.
That's correct. There is quite a significant increase in draws from reserves and reserve funds from the prior year. There's a number of causes for that, of course. One is the additional capital. So there is quite a significant, as Council had been advised from the ICIP program. So we had pre-approved and knew that that was going to occur. So that has found its home now in the official budget. There's also draws from some of the reserve funds that Council set up for specific purposes. So that's new to the program. So those are things like the Climate Change Mitigation Reserve Fund, the Innovation Reserve Fund, and the like, Vision Zero Reserve Fund. So some of those new reserve funds that Council created for those specific Council priorities are now starting to be utilized as well.
Okay, and the hospital funding, that sounds like it's going to turn into an annual, basically a permanent fixture, I guess, in our budget of how much, like 3 to 5 million a year. Is that between the hospitals and the colleges and universities that are seem to be looking for funding on a regular basis? So is that going to be a Sorry, my apologies. So through the chair, that's correct. So Council has already built into ongoing budget about 4.4 million every single year, and that has been utilized very strongly over the last number of years. And you see the final phases of a couple of the post-secondary institutions reflected here. And then the unspent funds have been put into the reserve fund that's mentioned. You're quite correct. The hospital, should Council choose to proceed with that, will draw all of those historical accumulated funds and utilize the full 4.4 million that's in the base budget currently for the next 4 to 5 years. That's just to accomplish the Bowmanville. So there is a resolution in the report that we would report back on what the implications would be to support the full 10-year master plan for the additional new hospital as well as the Ajax Pickering expansion and renovation. So that will require an escalation of the tax levy support. So we'll be reporting back on that piece over the course of this year in advance of the 2022 budget. So is that going to be, you know, assuming the support goes ahead, it'll be, is it 5 million a year, do you think? Is that a realistic number? Or is it going to be more?
It would be, I would suggest you quite a bit more. They are looking for 200 million over a 5 to 10 year window. And if right now our support's only 4.4 million, it's going to require some significant elevation in order to accomplish that.
So 200 million over 10 years, that's 20 million a year. So
that's correct.
So we're pretty much, sounds to me like we're pretty much permanently in funding healthcare now. So, which is really a provincial responsibility, and so that's you know, obvious that it's going to take on a significant part of our budget. That's just a comment. I don't know if you have any response to that.
Well, certainly this council supported hospital for some time. You're quite correct. This is a very active time going forward for hospital development in the region. And should council wish to either to meet the requests of the hospital or decide to do something up to that, lesser than that amount. So there are options that council can be faced with. What you're approving today would be the Bowmanville piece, and the balance of the request is being referred back to come back to council with some of those proposals of what that would look like.
So thank you. The one slide you had showed some of the capital, I think the 10-year capital, and one of them, for example, is a significant expense in I think 2023 for Durham Transit.
That's correct. So 2023 for Durham Transit, that is a new facility. So that's for a storage and maintenance facility of about $80 million. If you'd like.
My question, Ms. Taylor, is where would the $35 million for the general levy, where would that come from?
So from the reserves and reserve fund, like we would be looking at development charges, we would looking at reserves and reserve funds, we would be looking at debt financing. So there'd be a whole combination of things that would play into financing that individual project.
But I'm just looking at the chart that says general levy 35 million, debentures 25 million, development charges 22 million. So how would that 35 million from the general levy get handled at that point?
What we had suggested here, and this is a good point that you're raising for the forecast, this is the first time we have pulled it all together across all departments and shown the full scope of the financing. So what we now are endeavoring to do over the course of 2021 is to do a lot of refinement to that. And my example is that in the past, we would have looked at each department and we would have moved the projects within that department to be able to look at a funding stream. Now that we've pulled it all together, our work in 2022 as part of our budget modernization is to now look at that full envelope of all the department capital needs and address how they need to be staged across the organization as opposed to just being staged within a departmental envelope. So that is one of the big pluses to our move forward in our budget documentation, is it's now going to allow us to take a look at exactly those kinds of issues and start to stage how we prioritize all the projects across the organization in order to be affordable in our funding opportunities.
Okay, I just think some of the capital is a little outsized or too supersized for maybe what we actually need, but okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next questions come from Councillor Anderson. Councillor Anderson, please direct your questions to the appropriate commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is to Ms. Taylor, I believe, and that's on the police budget. I see they're asking for an increase, and I believe she attributed that to the body cam. I thought they were going to find internal savings for that. My question is, what percentage of the police budget would go towards body cam?
If I may, through the chair, I'll refer you to the report itself. There is a breakdown on page 18 of 51 of the budget report. So it's 0.29% in 2021, but you can see the breakdown on that page. It's about $2 million for 2021. And then there is additional requirements. It's about an additional $500,000 a year for 2022 and 2023 for full phase-in.
Okay. My question to you then is, what have they done internally to come up with that funding? Do you know?
So if I may, through the chair, the Police Services Board resolution was that the request be put forward to council to provide additional funding for that body-worn camera project, separate and apart from the 3% increase for their guideline. So that came through from the Police Services Board. So if you have any detailed questions about how the police have undertaken, I know they're on the call as well.
Yeah, and I know this might not be your area, but I saw in here a resolution from the Police Services Board for less accountability, and at the same time they're requesting more taxpayers' dollars. So that's why I prompted this question in the first place. they're supposed to come to council 4 times a year, and they have a resolution not wanting to do so, and I think that's not overbearing for them to be accountable since they're asking for all this money. We have a right to know exactly how that's being spent, taxpayers' money. So I know that's not really your area, but that's what prompted that. Thank you. My second question is, I believe, is Mr. Bridgman and Ms. Siopis, and this is about on broadband. I know it's listed as a great accomplishment. I was wondering if I could get a breakdown of where broadband services have been expanded or increased.
Mr. Bridgman?
Yes, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. To date, the project that is proceeding is the Pickering to Uxbridge project, and that has been before council. That's about 35 kilometers of trunk fiber. There are plans to expand in the north parts of the region. There are detailed designs in terms of how that's going to be accomplished, and we won't be initiating any of those specific projects until we know the status of our funding applications, which have been submitted and are in the process of being reviewed. And I think the expectation is we'll hear about those somewhere in the April-May timeframe. So as it stands right now, focused on Pickering to Uxbridge. The other ones will hopefully come forward later.
Okay, so as you know, should be considered an essential service, equatable to water and electricity, etc. And if it transcends into education for young students at home, they need that service. Folks are working from home more, farmers, economic development. So either way, it seems as if any expansion is contingent on what funding contingency plan for the region to foot some of this, just in case those funding, some or all of those funding doesn't come through from whether it's a provincial or federal government?
Thank you for that. And through you, Mr. Chair, I can tell you that, let's say if the funding applications are not successful, we will be coming back to council with a report on that and some suggestions about how we can, move that installation of fiber forward.
Yeah, because most of the calls I get in Clarendon specifically, it's for broadband and high-speed internet, and kids, they're our future. We want to make sure they have the ability to learn and to learn from home. And even post-COVID, a lot of folks will not be going back to traditional work in the city, etc. They will be relying on those services. So I want to make sure, or I want to see that becomes a priority for this region.
It is a priority. That's for sure.
Okay, as long as I want to make sure that that's there. This might be you too. I'm a Siopis maybe. I also want to see more service lands. Our Board of Trade, I asked them, why are we not getting more businesses coming to our community? And the number one answer is lack of service lands. So I see in the report that there's service lands because of the GO. And in spite of that, what are we doing to make sure there are more service lands available so we can grow our economy and expand our business, especially in Clarendon?
Mr. Bridgman?
Yes, thank you. And again, through you, Mr. Chair. Council has approved a strategy to increase the supply of service land across the region. A report was brought forward in 2020 that identified specific areas, including some lands in Clarington. And so through the approval of this budget, some of the necessary environmental assessment work and preparatory work and that sort of thing will commence to get more lands pre-serviced. So again, that is recognized as another high priority that staff are working on.
Okay. You have any idea when that will occur?
Each site, each area kind of has its own unique characteristics and so on, and so it will vary. But if you want to contact me and give me a specific site, then I can provide you with some more information on that.
Okay, that's good. I'll be doing that. And in the interest of time, I know there's a long litany of folks that have questions. I will have a chat with you about that. One final thing, this is for Ministry Opus. It's a quick observation. I see as an accomplishment is the expansion of the EFW. Residents of Clarington or Curtis specifically wouldn't consider that an accomplishment. To me, an accomplishment would be negating the need to expand the EFW to 160. So having said that, what are we doing to reduce and reuse so that maybe there is no need to expand? Shouldn't we be going in that direction rather than creating more pollution? Ms. Siopis, I would love your comment on that.
Ms. Siopis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Good morning, Councillor Anderson. You're absolutely right. Good morning. You're absolutely right. That is truly our main goal, is to divert as much as we can away from the EFW so that we can it can outlive the expectations that we had originally. So the more we're able to divert, and that goes through our recycling processes, through our organics management, and I know that you personally are very familiar with what we want to do with regard to anaerobic digestion and mixed waste pre-sort. All of those initiatives will allow us to divert from using capacity at the EFW. The one clarification I would like to add is that this suggestion of an amendment to our permitted capacity at the EFW from 140,000 tons to 160,000 tons is simply that. It's a paperwork amendment. It is not a physical expansion of the plant. So I just wanted to put some clarity around that. But I'm in full agreement with your suggestion. What we're trying to do here is avoid expanding that, a physical expansion of that plant.
Would the AD help in some regards to slow down the expansion as well, correct?
It would dramatically help to slow down the expansion. We anticipate pulling 30 to 50% of the of materials out of those black bags at the pre-sort location, and therefore, either through recycling of that material or putting it through the AD process, we will reduce the tonnage going into the EFW by a very significant percentage.
Okay, thank you very much. I have more. Those are my questions for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Kerr, and you have questions for Ms. Taylor. Councillor Kerr?
I do. And good morning, Ms. Taylor. I wonder if you would be kind enough to bring up slides 12 and 13, please. We'll go to 12 first, if we may.
So that is before us right now. That's the pie charts?
Yes. So what I'm looking at specifically, under the police expenditures, we have 21.7%. And on the social services, we have 29.10, I think, percent.
That's correct.
If you would kindly now go to slide 13. I'm just trying to get my head clear on this. We have 30.6% for Durham Regional Police here, and we have 18.5% for social services. Can you just kindly explain to me what the difference is between those two charts, the two depictions, please?
Well, certainly, through the chair. So the circular charts, the pie charts, that is the apportionment of the entire expenditure. So it doesn't matter where it's financed from. So the entire $1.488 billion regional cost, 21% is police. However, when we look at the tax-supported part of that, so we start to dive into financing, less than half of our expenditures are funded by the property tax bill. So the next slide is actually just taking that property tax bill and saying, here's how it gets split up. because particularly to social services, for example, they receive a lot of provincial funding. So there's a differential then between how much we're spending in total versus how much the taxpayers are paying for through their property tax bill.
Thank you very much. That answers my question fully and completely. And thank you to your colleagues for a very concise and now, for me, clear presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next in the chat box is Councillor Schumer. Councillor, please direct your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question would be to the Commissioner for Social Services. And I did receive an email answer to this, but just for everybody's purpose. And lead up to it, there was a rather disturbing story on the CBC this past week with regard to privatized foster homes throughout the province and what's been going on there. And I did ask, and I'll just ask again, if the region of Durham in any way funds children's aid societies and foster care in our area.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The Social Services Department does not provide any funding to Durham Children's Aid Society, nor does it fund foster homes. However, our Children's Services Division, Behavior Management, provides services under contract to Durham's Children's Aid Society, which pays the region approximately $120,000 for consulting services.
Thank you very much for that, the budget-related question there. My next question would be to Commissioner of Finance. If we could go back to, I guess, the slide 12 would be probably the best slide. We've got the expenditures of $1.488 billion, and of course, we've been told that some of that is, of course, being serviced through reserves and reserve funds. Just for confirmation, firstly, in the expenditures, do we include the allocations to fund reserve and reserve funds?
Yes, that's correct. Contributions into reserve funds are part of the 1.488 budget.
And I'm sorry I didn't ask this question ahead of time. It came to me this morning. Do you have the amount in the operating budget that we would be funding reserves? So out of the 1.488 billion, how much are we actually putting away, not actually spending as such, but putting away into the reserves and reserve funds?
So in round numbers, it's about 90 million. But we immediately pull out some of that. So if you have the report in front of you, I'm going to refer you to the right page where you can actually see where the big portion of that comes out. So if you go to the first attachment to the report, and as I say, I'm just flipping to find the right page number for you. So if you actually go to page 95, so that of the budget report, you can see at least half of that showing under roads and bridges, where we don't contribute into the roads reserve, the roads rehabilitation, and the bridge rehabilitation reserve fund. So over half relates to roads, and then those programs immediately budget to pull those out and use that support. And that was a council direction a number of years back to deal with infrastructure deficits that the special levies were created for that at the time.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification on the total amount that we're obviously putting into the reserves, because obviously that's going to help us down the road. I think my other question has more or less been answered, or my concern with respect to the pending hospital funding. I know that we're going to see more on that, so I look forward to that. And I do look forward to the detail on going forward. I know your staff is going to be working more on those numbers going out for the next number of years, because it is very important. We make decisions now; they ripple down the road for many years to come. And I think probably before we make any final decisions on some of these large capital investments, we're going to have to really see those updated numbers that you're proposing to bring to us, because as Councillor Neal, I think, was alluding to on the levy it's looking a little nightmarish. But I know those are forecasts beyond this current budget year, but very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy, you have questions for Ms. Taylor?
Yes, I do, Chair Henry. Thank you for that. So my question to Commissioner Taylor, now I know Councillor Neal and Schumer spoke on this, but it was again around the hospital levies and the commitment there. So in the presentation, and we talked about this at Finance, so there's about the 27 million for the Bowmanville, which is going to empty the reserves. Got that from your presentation. But the outstanding amount, so is it the total commitment? Is it the 200 million as was presented from Lake Ridge Health, or is it 200 plus million? What's the total healthcare envelope funding that we're being asked to commit preliminarily over the next 10 years?
So I'm that's a great question because I will clarify it's important. The total ask is 237 million. What Council is approving today is the 37 million pertaining to Lake Ridge Health Bowmanville.
Got it.
The 200 million, which is for the proposed new hospital and the Pickering Ajax expansion and renovation, is being referred back, and for that 200 million to come with a plan. So the hospital doesn't need those monies today. They're going to need them, and so they have given us a cash flow, if you will, based on high-level projections. So that's what we will look at as to what years they would be looking to receive portions of that funding, and what do we need to get financing in place for that if Council wishes to pursue it. The other thing I would note is that that is their request based on the upset limit in our current policy. So our current policy says to a maximum of. When we bring that report back, Council could also decide certain boundaries that they wish in order to consider what they would like to do from a hospital funding perspective. So those opportunities will come before you. Today, you're committing to the Lake Ridge Health Bowmanville funds by resolution.
No, and I get that. And as we have mentioned, again, at Finance, for that amount of money that we're going to give to the hospitals, we can't debt finance that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Could we debt finance more capital projects instead, and then use part of that money and direct it towards something like that? Is there a way that we could, move the money around and more debt finance other options so we could free up money to go towards this?
So if I may, through the chair, the challenge is that we also have a very aggressive capital program, I would say to you. And if you recall some of the questions that Councillor Neal raised with respect to how much funds are already being devoted. So we also have our challenges on, I'll say, our side of the ledger with respect to some significant capital investments that are coming forward. In particular, for example, there's a long-term care facility on the books. So there's a number of major facilities of our own that is going to be quite a challenge for us. So as I referenced then, we would certainly be working through the course of this year to look at those that slide that you saw in totality for the capital financing. We have some really high blip years, and we have 480 million forecasted for debt for our own purposes. So we have a lot of work to do there just to manage, try to bring back future capital affordability from the perspective of our own services. Certainly, we will always endeavor to minimize impacts to the taxpayer. That's a significant goal for us.
No, I appreciate that. And then leading up to my final questions here. So I just want to make sure my math is right. So let's say they need $200 million. If I understand from the presentation, it was over around 10 years. And right now, a 1% increase on the tax bill, it's $7 million on the approximate $700 million, correct?
So yeah, 1% is about 7 million, rounding up.
Yeah, so no, that's helpful. So basically, if we did over like a couple years, if we did a 3% tax increase, that would get us to $21 million. And over 10 years, that would give us over $210 million, correct? So really, it's a one-time 3% increase, and over 10 years, we would get to our $200 million, no?
So we'll do the math on that, because don't forget, the commitment for the Bowmanville is going to use the tax levy support we have right now for 5 years. So layering on that additional 200 million, it depends on whether we defer most of it, how long we can collect, and when we put that tax increase in order to try to smooth it out. So there's options to phase up. There's a number of scenarios there that we will work on and report back. But essentially, the number is to get to 200 million in 10 years.
Yeah. Okay. So in addition to the current thing, we could a one-time 3% increase. Let's say all things being equal, if we did a one-time 3% increase, let's say we did it today, we're not. We would get a $21 million contribution to a reserve, and over 10 years, that would give us $210 million. No?
In theory, yes. As I say, we want to do a number of work around that. For example, 1% each year will increase a little bit more. So, there's cash flow scenarios that we would do around that.
Okay, no, fair enough. So it doesn't seem so bad if it's only 3%. Maybe we do 1% a year for 3 years. It looks like an achievable number, and that's part of our contribution, which is similar to what they did in New York and other areas that required this funding. So that answers my questions today. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Thank you, Chair Henry.
Thank you. Mayor Carter, questions to transit? Mr. Holmes?
First of all, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to chat with you. Just to the last point that Councillor Leahy had brought up, the $200 million is in 2021 dollars. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So do you have to build in a 2% increase every single year over the next 10 years in regards to realizing the total commitment that would be necessary?
So we would build it into the base, but that's where, from my perspective, and my apologies, but that's why we have the resolution to refer it back to staff so that we could do some cash flow scenarios to see whether we could gradually escalate up. And if we start more gradual, of course, that means we might need a little bit more because we'd lose the first few years. So that's the point of having it refer back so that we can do some fulsome analysis on that 200 million opportunity.
Yeah, I get that. So thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. I greatly appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, my question to Mr. Holmes, Transit, please, if you don't mind, please. I'm just trying to get a clarification in regards to the capital investment. I realize in the budget documents on page 81, it says Durham Regional Transit Capital Forecast. This goes from 22 to 2030. There is a budget that includes $80 million for construction cost of a storage and maintenance facility. Where is that planned?
Thank you, through the chair. That is the site located at 2400 Thornton Road.
So that's North Oshawa. And in this document on page 81, it says that the facility is planned for 2023. Is that correct, Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, through the chair. Construction is planned to start in 2023.
Yes.
We do expect a 2-year construction period.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Holmes. That'll go to another question I'll have for Works a little bit later on, but I wish you the best of the day. Mr. Chairman, my second question would go to our Commissioner of Social Services, if you don't mind, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Stella, I'm not even going to try Papa Costantino. Last year, we had a budget line of $400,000 to be able to do an environmental scan of our shelters to look at modernization. Was that able to be accomplished in 20?
Yes. Through the chair, thank you for the question. We did start that work through the, apologize. No, Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness work that we started in late summer, early fall. So that is the work that we're doing there, and the creation of the by name list and the access to the by name list.
So just to follow up on that question, that the $400,000 that I recall from the 2020 budget was to be allocated towards looking at an environmental scan when it came to our shelters to be able to see how we could modernize them. That being said, is there a capital request that has been included in your budget in regards to investment to be able to modernize some of those shelters in 21 at all?
We are actually, through the chair, we're working with ORCode right now to help us with that work, Mayor Carter, and we will be coming back later in 2021 with additional information.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I greatly appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, my next question would go to our Durham Regional Police Services, if you don't mind, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Whoever's representing Durham Regional Police, there was a discussion in our pre-budget discussions that the police department, and I believe it was our chief, had made a statement that 7 resource officers in our school system would be eliminated because of cost containment or cost pressures in regards to investment that's needed in policing. Does this budget still reflect those loss of those 7 resource officers in our school systems?
I'll direct the question to, I know, Chief, I'm not sure if you're on the line, but I think Deputy Chief Bertram's on the line.
It's Giles Lariche here. I'm the Director of Business Services at the Police. Hi, Dan. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to hear from you. I hope you're well.
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
Good.
Yes, I'll just confirm that there were, excuse me, just hold on one sec here.
Yep.
I just had to cough there. It was 5 school liaison officers.
Okay.
1 staff sergeant from the chief's office and 1 sergeant from the professional standards staff. That was the 7 positions which were removed from the budget.
So just to follow up, is it my understanding that the budget has been presented to us at this time, those 5 school liaison officers have been eliminated in this budget?
That is correct.
Do you know what, Mr. Giles, do you know what the financial impact of those 5 positions would be on our school liaison program at all? Would it be approximately $500,000?
$720,000.
Oh, $720,000? And that's reflected in this year's police budget, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask those questions, and thank you to all those that helped me navigate through my questions.
Okay, thank you. We have, next on the list is Councillor John Neal. The question is to police. Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I think this was on our works agenda. The parking lot for the police cars over in Curtis. I think it was to Commissioner Siopis, and I believe one of the directors too was involved in that. The first time I questioned that, there were no offices. It was just for at that facility. It was just for marshalling cars or vehicles, because I went over the audios, whatnot, and my question was, what is at this compound? Is it just a place to marshal vehicles? And the answer was yes. Then the next meeting I asked about it, and there was offices and I think the canine unit. So I'd like to get some clarification in regards to that expenditure, because in my mind, there could be another police station somewhere that's badly needed, and I'm talking North Oshawa, where we could park cars at the same time have a police station. So I'm really not understanding the reason for that expense, other than the fact that we can't park them over at the new Maple Grove police station. It's not ready, even though there's a lot of land at that. We went out of our way to purchase a large tract of land there. So if I have some clarification, please.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I think we'll go to police again. Giles, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Could you take that question from Councillor Neal, please?
Councillor Neal, are you referring to the Clarington Police Complex Phase 2?
No.
Well, no, I'm referring to the lot where you signed a lease and it's in the budget for a new to park the vehicles. It's in a industrial I guess, zoned part of Clarington?
It's a storage facility in Curtis, Giles.
I believe the facility you're referring to is our property of Fleet and QM area. That has been located in Curtis on 19 Curtis Court for about 25 years now. Is that what you're referring to, Councillor Neal?
Yes. At first I heard it was just to park cars, then I heard there was other offices involved with police administration, like the K9 unit, etc.
We run our police evidence division from there, the firearms office, the K9 area, quartermaster, as well as fleet. So it's one of our key support operations for all those areas.
Okay, and you have an option to cancel that lease once the new building at Maple Grove is ready?
Yes, we've negotiated that in that we are able to, obviously we plan to move all those operations to the Clarington Police Complex Phase 2. And if we are able to move out a little bit earlier, we will certainly take that advantage.
Okay. So what's the number right in the budget right now to lease that, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't have that right in front of me. I believe it was in that report to the works, but I don't have it right in front of me. Sorry.
Okay, like I said, at first it was just, the answer to me was it was just to park vehicles, but I'm finding out it's more, there's more stuff being left there, which will be moved all at the same time, or will be moved, like the vehicles moved, then that other firearms, etc., will be moved. Is it all going to be moved at the same time, or what's your plan for that?
We will vacate that building en masse when the other facility is ready.
Okay, so there should be no residual amount owing to that rental company. Then you're just going to move en masse.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson? I think you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to do a follow-up question. Mayor Carter actually preempted my first question with the question he asked, but I want to do the follow-up on the shelters. I want to make sure I understand clearly the concerns that he raised. We spent the $400,000 to do the scan of the physical processes in our shelter system. And if that scan, when it's finally completed, shows that we have deficiencies that require funding, do we have sufficient funding either in this budget or in the reserves to actually finance the changes that this scan may identify?
Ms. Taylor?
So perhaps, if I may, through the chair, so one of the reasons why I mentioned in the reserve fund, usage of reserve fund presentation around the operating impact and capital impact reserve funds is that that does give council the flexibility to deal with urgent issues as they see fit during the year. So there is that, and a broadband one that will come to council. And if it has the ability to phase some things, we might be able to address it mid-year. Otherwise, it would also could be looked at for the 2022 budget. So those options would be brought to council when those reports come forward on the recommended path to move forward.
Okay. As a follow-up, the answer actually gives me more concern than the previous answer did. We seem to be in a situation where we're treating this as business as usual. We approve in the 2020 budget $400,000. The scan doesn't begin to halfway through the year. We still haven't a report. We're into February of 2021. We're not going to be looking at potentially at any result, at least for a small period of time, hopefully. And then we may get around to looking at some of the capital improvements this year or possibly next year. We have people freezing on the streets today. We have people who can't find housing today. And they've been waiting for this review of our shelter system for over a year now. And what I'm hearing is we're not going to have any really reasonable steps to address real solutions to any deficiencies until late 2021, possibly 2022. I find that extremely disconcerting because people need help today. And I wonder if staff could address, why is this taking so long?
So perhaps if I may, I'll apologize for if I misspoke in the wrong way. I'll clarify and then turn it over to Stella. My intention in my answer was to suggest to you that we wouldn't have to wait to 2022 budget, that we could advance that forward subject to the report conclusions. So my apologies if I made it sound like I was putting it off. That being said, with respect to the work itself, I'd have to refer that to Commissioner of Social Services.
Through the chair, thank you. I think I should just clarify the $400,000 question. The $400,000 is intended for the master housing strategy, and we did come back to council with presentation in the fall. $100,000 of that was already used to support the review of the GRLHC sites in Oshawa. That was the start of the review, and we will be coming back with some plans for that later this year as indicated. As part of the master housing strategy, we are looking at our homelessness system. And as we've previously indicated, we do not want to build more shelters. What we want to do is invest in supportive housing, transitional housing, as we've indicated in past presentations. An example of that is our location in Beaverton, where we intend to build the 50-unit supportive housing. That is how we intend to move forward. As far as additional investments in the coming year, we are continuing to support our community partners with their programming, Cornerstone and others, to advance supportive and transitional housing on their sites. And we do support operations in the community to help those who are unsheltered through our hub programs, et cetera. I hope that this helps your question with your question, Councillor Nicholson.
It does in part. It basically tells me that we've decided that it's better to build supportive housing while ignoring the fact that people are freezing on the streets today. I don't understand that rationale. I don't know why we can't do both. Our supportive housing strategy, while laudable, isn't going to solve the homelessness or unsheltered system deficiencies that we have now. We need more shelter space. That's not something that I believe is up for debate. We do not have enough shelter space today. Even with our partnership groups, we don't have enough to meet the current demand. While the moving people for transitionally is a laudable task, it doesn't address the fact that people are in crisis today. And I'm wondering why we're taking the decision to only build the transitional housing and not looking at the potential of expanding, at least on a temporary basis, our existing shelter space. There's an awful lot of facilities out there that are not being used, and at least could provide some shelter housing while we transition towards the fully sustainable system moving forward. I wonder if you could address that.
Through the chair. We have availability in our shelter system to support those who require support, whether it's in the actual shelter or in overflow in our motel hotel programs. If anybody wants a space, the space does exist. And moving forward, if through our review and the work that we're doing, it is determined that more shelter spaces are needed, we will come back with a report to identify that. But we do know that we have more people coming into the system today who need housing, and housing is the issue. We need more housing, more supportive housing, places for these people to be able to transition to and not just remain in a shelter program.
No, I don't disagree with that last statement. The problem is when I go to the website that we have for emergency housing, it says you can't guarantee a spot. So what I'm hearing today is that we actually have a shelter guarantee that says any person wishing to find a shelter spot in Durham region will be provided a shelter spot. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, at the moment, if someone requires a shelter spot and they come to any of our shelters, we will support them.
Okay, could that then possibly be something that is made more clear on our information systems and through our partners? Because there's still a lot of confusion on the street about how much access there is. Potentially, one area you may want to consider is actually having a list of available shelter beds so that people can understand where they have the possibility of achieving support within a few hours, as opposed to going through a process of contacting a difficult process. So it seems to me that there's a lot of confusion still on the information end of things, and that we absolutely need to be better at conveying the message that anybody requiring a shelter space will be provided a shelter space in Durham region. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, on questions to the delegation, the chat box is empty, so not seeing any more, we will move on. Members of council, I want to go to 6.1. So 6.1 is the public has been given notice via media release that the Region Council today is intending to review and adopt or amend the 2021 regional property tax supported business plans and budgets, including related fees and charges in the 2021 regional property tax rates. At this time, is there any member of the public of this meeting wishing to appear on the matter? Okay, so members of council, we've had nobody register and there is nobody on the line, but I will ask again, is there anyone here that wished to appear on this item? And for the third and final time, is there anyone here wishing to speak on this matter? With no one wishing to speak, we will continue with the council agenda. Reports related to delegation and presentation, there are none. Members of council, if you could go to your communications tab, please. It's located on page 27. On item CC04 from Commissioner Siopis and John Presta, Director of Environmental Services, writing to the chair, could we have this referred to consideration of item 3 of the second report of Committee of Works?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Collier, second.
Councilor Mayor Gentry, and seconded by Mayor Collier. On the refer, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Members of council, all those in favor? I'm sorry.
Chair's on mute.
No, my microphone is on. I'll try again. Members of council, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the referral?
You're still muted, Mr. Chair.
No, there. Mr. Clerk, can you try, please?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I will call the vote on the referral. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
In opposition?
Yeah.
Yes.
In opposition? Hearing none, that is referred. Members of council, the next CC05, we have to appoint a member of council to the Royal Agricultural Winter Fair. Councillor Smith, you sit in this position now. Are you interested in continuing?
Yes, I am, Chair Henry. Thank you.
So, members of council, could I get a motion to nominate Councillor Smith, please?
I'll nominate Councillor Smith.
Councillor Kerr.
Okay, so Councillor Chapman as the mover. Seconder is?
Councillor Kerr.
Councillor Kerr. Thank you. Is there any other nominations? Hearing none, I'll ask the nominations, or first of all, nominations be closed. Could I get a mover?
Drew.
Moved by Mayor Drew, seconded by
Mayor Pietri.
Councillor Miriam Pietri. So nominations are closed. Councillor Smith, you're going to accept this position?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
In opposition? Hearing none, congratulations, Councillor Smith. Item CC.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item CC 06, correspondence from Durham Regional Police Services Board for protocoling for sharing of information between the Durham Regional Police Services Board and Durham Regional Council. Members of Council, we are 2 days away of 1 year, so I'm going to ask for a motion for reconsideration to get the item on the floor.
McLean will move it.
Moved by Councillor McLean.
Drew.
Nichols.
Seconded by Mayor Drew. I'll need 2/3, so all those in favor?
Yes.
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 In opposition? Hearing none, we have our 2/3. Could I get someone to move the amendment, please?
Drew.
Moved by Mayor Drew.
McLean.
Second, Ash.
Seconded by Councillor McLean. The item is on the floor. Members of council wishing to comment. First would be, in the chat box, would be Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I understand. I just want to clarify. Perhaps the chair of the Police Service Board could clarify what is the issue with coming to the board 4 times as opposed to 2 times? Or sorry, switch that. Well, like why are we switching to 2?
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, Chair Henry, may I answer the question?
Mayor Drew, chair of the board.
Thank
yes,
you.
Please.
Thank you. Yes, we've looked at this right now to address this issue. We send our agendas, we send our minutes, we send our business plans, we send our media releases if you wish, and we send the highlights. In addition to that, we've asked that the divisional inspectors, or we've actually more than asked, the divisional inspectors will be going to each of our municipalities twice a year to talk about local issues. What we have found, and I'm sure you can all recall in the deputations that have been made by the chief of police, there are many questions of a local nature. And so we hope that by providing the opportunity for local councils to ask their individual questions about their local issues, that it would free up the time at regional council and twice a year to ask those of a more general region-wide nature.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not sure I can support this amendment, to be honest. I think Councillor Anderson had touched upon this at the budget process, but I think it's incredibly important, especially now, to have a transparent police force. And I understand there's degrees of transparency, but having the police chief here, or the deputy police chief, 4 times to report to council, I think was incredibly beneficial. I think just off the top of my head, the past 3-4 visits that we had, they went over an hour each, and a lot of them were not about local issues. They're just about the direction of the police department in general. I understand there's a degree of work involved, but ultimately the budget is, we give quite a bit of money to our police service board, that I think it's a very fair ask for a police chief to come just 4 times a year. It's really not, in my opinion, that burdensome. For example, Toronto Global comes once a year and they're only asking for 200,000. We're asking much more than that. So I think it's a very fair ask to just come 4 times a year for us to ask these high-level questions that sometimes require the top brass to be present. So as a result, I don't think I can support this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I answer that question? Mayor Drew?
Go ahead, Mayor Drew.
Well, I just want to just point out that, as you're well aware, The Police Services Board has their own governance body as well, and that is basically community-based with three regional councillors, or two regional councillors, and the chair of the region on the Police Services Board. So I believe that there is that accountability to the public and to the region.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Lee said it quite well. I don't think 4 times a year is unreasonable, and the public, they're talking about accountability and transparency. That's what I hear every day, and it's like it seems as if they're trying to shy away from that. That's a public perception, and that's my perception as well. Coming 4 times is really not unreasonable, and so I could never support this, and I don't think any member of council who asked for this in the first place, because there were a number of questions that needed to be answered, and the time just wasn't enough when they come twice per year to do that. And things are always evolving, and there are always questions coming up. So I don't see a problem with coming 4 times a year. And I know Mayor Drew is talking about that they're public members. Nobody knows them. Nobody really hear from them. So that's just not good enough. And I would like a recorded vote on this one, please, sir. Thank you.
Okay, next would be, sorry. Members of council, you can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Next would be Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I thought the police were undergoing an accountability campaign, and I kind of think that this doesn't actually go hand in hand with the campaign that they are actually doing at this point, accountability and transparency. The other thing I just wanted to mention was I was listening to the Police Service Board the other day when it was on, and the police chief had recommended that the divisional leaders go to the local councils, as Mayor Drew said. How is that being, I didn't hear that it was a motion. I didn't hear how that was actually being directed to the divisional leaders. Could you explain both of those points to me, please?
I'll go to Mayor Drew as the chair of the Police Services Board.
Thank you. I'm not sure what you're looking for there, Councillor Crawford.
What I'm asking is how the deputy chief said that he would recommend that the divisional leaders go to local council. Has he done that? Has he talked to divisional leaders? Do they know that this is an expectation of the deputy chief?
Yes, yes, they do. And as a matter of fact, my local inspector has already asked for his deputation.
Yes, we don't have any problem in the West Division getting our deputy chief to come either. The other piece is more around the campaign of accountability and transparency. I see this as kind of counteractive to that campaign, but that's just my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you very much. Just one area of question, and what I'm concerned about is, well, I understand an inspector may come and hear queries from members of council at the local level. What I don't understand is what happens to that information next. Does it go to the chief for a report back on how to respond to those questions? Does it get presented to the Police Services Board as the governing body for a report and a response from the political level? Just listening and then going away for another 6 months and coming back and listening again without understanding the reporting structure is difficult for me to support. So I wonder if someone could explain what happens to the process after the inspector hears from the local councils.
So I'm going to ask, is there a member of the DRPS senior leadership team on the line, please?
It's Giles Lariche, Director of Business Services. I am on the line, Chair Henry.
Giles, would it be possible to for you to send a message to either one of the deputies or the chief, please?
I will do that.
Councillor Nicholson, would you be? I will come back to you while they're doing that. In the speaking category, if that's okay with you.
I have no problem with that. I'm just hoping it may be a representative, one of the three council members on the governance body might have a better understanding of what happens after the delegations, and perhaps even comment on the issue. It might be a good idea for the members of the governance body to come and visit council rather than just the operational staff. So we may discuss policy with them. But I'll be glad to wait till the chief or deputy chief arrives.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Drew, did you, as the chair, did you want to comment? I know that the board only has interaction with the chief. We don't direct the chief to do in what he does into the operations. But did you want to comment before I go on to the next speaker?
Well, yeah, first of all, I will say that if you look on page 31 of your agenda package today, you will see that it is part of the motion that from the Police Services Board that divisional inspectors provide updates to their local councils at least twice a year. So that's the first part. The other part is they will give updates, but they will also be answering questions and listening for concerns. If there are concerns of a nature that need to be dealt with at a higher level, either senior command or to the board, that would be forthcoming for sure.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll move on to the next comments and hope that one of the senior leadership from the DRPS signs on shortly. Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just fighting with my mute button here. So, Mr. Chair, I'm not clear on if we vote this down, do we vote down having the local inspectors coming to the local councils as well? Because I think that's important and very progressive.
No, that's not what the motion reads.
This is a direction to staff, but they're not seeking.
Because I thought if you look on page 31 that the two are tied together, what was passed at the Police Services Board.
Yeah. Yeah, I've conferred with the clerk. We don't read it that way, Mayor Foster.
Okay, and that's good. Thank you. That so I'm, you know, I mean, if the chief or deputy chief, I don't know that we need presentations each time to show up at regional council. I think it is exceptionally important, and I was glad to see this, that the inspectors show up at local councils. So the regional councillors have access to information that that very frequently the local councillors don't. There's varying engagements from all of our councillors in terms of, you know, whether they will pick up the phone or feel comfortable doing so or not. So frankly, I'm a little bit, I'm ambivalent. You know, all of us will have two formal presentations at council with at local council and two here as well. So I don't see it being a horrible hardship for the chief to come 4 times, and without the expectation if he or she is here simply to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Chief Morano.
Yes. Hello, Chair Henry.
Good morning. There was a question posed by Councillor Nicholson that when the divisional inspectors come to their local councils and they receive feedback from the council, where does that information go? And before you answer it, Councillor Nicholson, did that cover your question?
Yes, it did, Mr. Chairman. Maybe just to clarify, though, what I'm looking for is what is the process that follows the input from the local councils? Does it go in report form up the chain through the operational staff and then eventually to the board? And do they respond back? We get the questions asked, but we never seem to get a response as to what action was taken to address those questions. I wonder if the deputy chief could address that.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Chief?
Yes, thank you, Chair Henry, and thank you for the question through the chair. On an annual basis, the divisions complete a community safety plan. The community safety plan is a plan that, pardon me, somebody's phone is ringing.
Oh, hi, Sean Collier calling. How are you doing today?
Mayor Collier, you should be on mute.
Sorry.
Deputy Chief, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on an annual basis, each division and unit completes an annual plan. Within the divisions are called community safety plans. Those community safety plans and unit plans cascade directly from the service 3-year strategic plan and the equity and inclusion plans. Those plans are developed in consultation with the various respective municipalities. So the plan is for us, in terms of a communication, is to update the plan annually, inform the councils, and then report back on an annual basis in terms of how we address the various community safety issues within each of the respective divisions. We ask the divisional inspectors do this because they're the closest to the source. So once the divisional inspectors, whether they're at a council meeting or they receive phone calls from the mayors directly, sorry, somebody's off mute, difficult to, with a dog barking. Thank you. The challenges of this format at times, it's understandable. So the divisional inspectors are closest to the source. So not only are they available for the mayors and the councils directly to respond to urgent needs, but in terms of input into our annual community safety plans. So what happens once the visual inspectors receive the questions, those are reported back up through the superintendent of operations and then to me, and we review our community safety plans, input and feedback from the municipalities. And in fact, on a monthly basis, we have updates that we're providing to each of the municipalities in terms of not only the community safety plans, but any crime trends and et cetera. So essentially the information comes through the municipalities, through the councils, through the divisional inspectors, reported back up through senior command, and then a feedback loop back to the municipalities through the monthly reports and through our formal presentations to council. I hope that answers the question through the chair.
Councillor Nicholson?
I've only been on council for off and on for over 30 years. I've never seen a monthly report from the police services yet. So who do you send these monthly reports to?
I'll have to confirm with the divisional inspectors who their point of contact is.
Because if it's sent to council, usually it would be sent to the clerk of the council, and they would be put on an agenda, and there'd be information presented to us either through an information sheet or through a report to council. So I think we need to clarify who it goes to and how that information is disseminated. So I'll leave that with you.
Thank you, sir. What I will do is I will confirm with each of the divisions the protocol for the dissemination of that monthly report and ensure that it meets with each municipality's protocols.
All right, thank you.
And I'll have that done immediately.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McLean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the deputy has answered some of my comments that I was going to make, but you know, I get a little bit of miffed when we talk about transparency. The Police Service Board has their monthly meetings, and it is video streamed, which is a very transparent process. And when that process started, we compared the video stream for Durham Police and the Regional Council meeting. And there's more, at that particular time, there's a heck of a lot more people viewing the Police Service Board meetings than there were our meetings. So the fact that the chief comes 4 times or 2 times a year is not going to, in my mind, increase that much transparency. We have the police inspectors that come to each of our divisions or each to our councils, you know, as often as we would like them to, but once a year at least. It's something where the fact that the chief comes 4 times a year is not necessarily going to make things that much more transparent. When we look at the questions that the chief gets at these meetings, it's an accident at Richmond and Taunton, or speeding on number 2 highway, that type of thing. It's not really questions and answers that are dealing with the policies and how the organization is being run. I think 2 times a year is more than enough for the chief to come. And if there's an opportunity that something comes up, if there's a crisis or whatever, I'm sure the chief's available if council summons him to come to a meeting that's not one of the 2 that are assigned to him. So I think that we can still get plenty of transparency at 2 times a year. And if we need him for a 3rd or a 4th, I'm sure he would be available, or she would be available to come. So, you know, I just think 4 is a little bit too much, and 2 would probably be about the right number. And I know that anytime I've had a question or an inquiry from a resident, I've sent it off to the chief or the inspector, and it's been answered quite capably in a timely fashion. So that's my position, and I'm going to support the 2 times a year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, that exhausts the chat box. Recorded vote was called for by, I believe, Councillor Lee. Mr. Clerk, could you call? I'll call the vote now.
Anderson.
No.
Ash.
Yes.
Barton.
No.
Carter.
Yes.
Chapman.
Yes.
Collier. Collier. Absent. Crawford.
Yes. Sorry, no.
No. Dyes.
No.
Drew.
Yes.
Foster.
No.
Hyatt.
No.
Kerr.
Yes.
Leahy.
No.
Lee.
No.
Marin Pietri.
No.
McLean.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
No poo.
Ahi.
No.
John Neal.
No.
Joe Neal.
No.
Nicholson.
No.
Pickles.
Yes.
Roy.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Schumer.
No.
Smith.
Yes.
Watton.
No.
Yamada.
No.
Chair Henry.
Yes.
And I see that Mayor Collier in the chat box is voting no.
And the recorded vote.
Yeah, my apologies. I missed the mic button. I'm a no.
And just to note, the recorded vote was called by Councillor Anderson. Thank you, Councillor Lee, for the correction. Mr. Clerk,
Motion loses 10 to 19.
So the motion loses. The vote was 10 in favor, 19 opposed. So, correct, Mr. Clerk? Okay, so the amendment loses. Members of council, I'm going to suggest, we have been in meetings, some of us since 8:30 this morning. I'm going to look for a motion for to come back to council at 1:15, and we will break for lunch. Looking for
Collier.
Thank you. First moved by Mayor Collier, seconded by
Leahy.
Councillor Kerr, that we break for lunch till 1:15. I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Aye, aye, aye.
Yes, thank you.
In opposition? Hearing none, we will reconvene council at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch, members of council and staff.
Present.
Barton.
Present.
Carter.
Here.
Chapman.
Good afternoon.
Collier.
I'm here.
Crawford.
Present. Present.
Dyes.
Present.
Drew.
Good afternoon.
Foster.
I'm here, thank you.
Hyatt.
Present.
Kerr.
Present.
Leahy.
Present.
Lee.
Here.
Marin Pietri.
Still here.
McLean.
Present.
Mitchell.
Present.
Mulcahy.
I'm here.
John Neal.
Present.
Joe Neal.
Here.
Nicholson.
Present.
Pickles.
Present.
Roy.
Hello, I'm here.
Ryan.
Hear me?
Yes. Ryan.
Present.
Schumer.
Here.
Smith.
Present.
Watton.
Present.
Yamada.
Here.
Chair Henry is present.
Thank you. Members of council, we will go to committee reports and related notices of motion. We'll go to 9.1, moved by Mayor Foster, seconded by Mayor Collier, that recommendations contained in item 1 to 3, inclusive of report number 2 of the Finance and Administration Committee, be adopted. Okay. Item 3 by Councillor Joe Neal has been pulled. Sorry, item 3, the first one in the chat box is item 3. Sorry, just give me 1 second, members of council. So, was pulled by Councillor Joe Neal. Are there any other pulls?
Yeah, item, Mr. Chair,
Councillor, who is this?
9.1.
Okay, 9.1, okay, it's pulled, but I'll have to come back to you because it'll have to be moved to the end of the meeting. Okay, and, sorry. So, Councillor Neal, you're pulling 9.1, the confidential report?
No,
What are you pulling then?
I'm pulling the strategy report, the taxes and everything.
Councillor Neal, that's item number 2.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, members of council, item number 2 is actually pulled by Councillor Neal, even though Councillor Nicholson was in the chat box. So I was talking to Councillor Neal, and 3 has been pulled. On the remainder, can I call the vote? All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes. Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Item number 2, Councillor Neal, John Neal.
Yeah, recorded vote.
Okay, I'll move to the next person on item 2, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm trying to get off mute. You hear me now?
We can hear you now, yes.
I'd like to move an amendment. And the amendment is to change the multi-residential rate from 1.8665 to match the new multi-residential rate of 1.1000.
Just before I go, I'm just going to have to ask staff a question. Thank you. So on that, sorry, so members of council, there is a bit of a delay between the time So, Councillor Nicholson, before it can even be debated, it will need a seconder. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone seconding it, so lost.
Seconded, Neil. Seconded, John Neal.
Okay, seconded by John Neal. Okay, so the item's on the floor. Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The biggest issue we have in housing in Oshawa, and I think in other parts of our Durham region as well, is the ever-increasing cost of rental properties. It is getting to the point where even working people who are working full-time cannot afford the rents we have in the community. Now, we have provided a new class called a new multi-resident in order to encourage new properties to be built, and that's a very positive thing, and I commend staff for recommending that and bringing it forward through council. But we need to find some way to give some relief to the vast majority of rental properties out there that are older and don't fit in the new category designation. At the very least, we've said for years we have a discrimination between those who rent properties and who pay a much higher taxation rate than those who own properties. And it is getting extremely difficult to buy properties. It's extremely difficult to rent properties. An average one-bedroom property in Durham is starting to go in the neighborhood of between $1,300 and $1,500 a month. We have to use all steps we can to try to mitigate this ever-increasing situation. Because the result of these rents is we're now seeing people renting more and more into basement apartments, duplexing, even illegal apartments in homes. We see investors coming in and buying up family homes and turning them into rental properties for this windfall. And it's just creating chaos out there. And we need a strong message from this council that we understand the housing crisis in our communities. We understand that rental properties are far beyond affordability for the vast majority of our residents. And the first step in that process, I believe, is reducing the taxation rate to at very least match the same rate as new rental properties get. If we don't do that, then we're basically saying if you have an older rental property, you're going to be disadvantaged in the marketplace, and you're going to have to pay more tax. And since they make up about 80 to 90% of the properties, it is a real hammer landing on those who can't afford the rents as they are now. So I simply ask council to support the amendment and send a real message that we understand and we care. Thank you.
Okay, on the amendment, Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. I just have some questions. I don't think it's as simple as just taking one and reducing another. We are setting our budget today, and if we reduce in one area, we're going to have to make that up somewhere else. I would just like to hear from staff on what the financial repercussions would be just to change this arbitrarily on the floor. Please, through you to Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. That's I appreciate the opportunity to comment because this is of quite significant concern. One observation very quickly I would make is from a comparability perspective, our multi-residential ratio is pretty much average across Ontario for the comparators that we do. So just to put that into context. But one of my biggest concerns here, so the point of the new multi-residential ratio at 1-to-1 with residential is to generate additional development of new multi-residential. The historical ones are where they are and are quite comparable. The challenge that I would put to you very significantly is that if you approve this on the floor today, what you are doing would be causing a massive shift between the multi-res and residential tax classes. And that would be particularly true for those area municipalities that have the predominance of multi-residential properties. So it would affect your local municipal very significantly as well, because these ratios are set for the entire region. So for those municipalities, I know Oshawa in particular, but I believe Ajax has been also now getting a number of multi-residential properties occurring. You will cause a massive shift at your own level when you do your tax billing. from the multi-res to your residential. So there's some significant concerns with doing this on the fly. This is something that if council was interested in us analyzing as we go down the road for next year, for example, then we can certainly do that. It would be a double-digit impact, for example, on Oshawa from a residential increase. So it's quite a significant issue to discuss. So if council does want us to report back for information, we could certainly do that and consider it in future years. But it would be a very significant issue on the floor of council today.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. And that's pretty much what I thought, so I appreciate you confirming that. And I was actually going to say, would it be appropriate for us to direct staff to have a look at this and report back for next year's budget process on what a rebalancing would look like? Because again, I understand the incentive right now of having the lower rate to try and incent developers to come to the table to produce more low income and rental type housing. But to just broadly give a deduction, we'd have to make that up somewhere, and I knew it would be significant. So would you like that in a separate motion, or can you just take that as direction, or would that be more appropriate as an amendment to this?
Mayor Collier, just for 1 second, I want to recognize that Mayor Barton has declared a conflict on this amendment. So Mayor Barton, can you declare your conflict, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I own a multi-res property that this would have an impact on in a positive fashion for me, so I'll declare a conflict on it. Thank you.
Conflict is noted by the clerk. Sorry for the interruption, Mayor Collier. Please go ahead.
No problem, Chair. I just asked the question to Ms. Taylor. What would be the chair?
So through the chair, if council wished to refer this motion for consideration for the 2022 budget with a report to be included in the tax strategy for next year, or a report in advance of next year's budget.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I don't think I've spoken to this. I've just asked questions. I would move that referral as per Ms. Taylor's request, if appropriate.
I'll second it, Mayor Ryan.
Okay, so it is appropriate because you only asked questions. It has been seconded, moved by Mayor Collier, seconded by Mayor Ryan, that this be referred back to staff for consideration in the 2022 budget. So members of council, there's no commenting on a referral. The date and time has been suggested, so I'll call the vote on the referral.
Yes.
Record vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry, members of council, somebody has asked for a recorded vote. So could the councillor that said that announce their name, please? Who was the councillor that asked for the recorded vote?
John Neal.
John Neal. Okay. Mr. Clerk, a recorded vote called by Councillor John Neal on the referral.
Anderson.
Yes.
Ash.
Yes.
Barton is got
Conflict.
an interest. Carter. Carter. Absent. Chapman.
Yes.
Collier.
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes.
Dyes.
Yes.
Drew.
Yes.
Foster.
Yes.
Hyatt.
Yes.
Kerr.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Mayor Pietri.
Yes.
McLean.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Mulcahy.
Yes.
John Neal.
No.
Joe Neal.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Pickles.
Yes.
Roy.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Schumer.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Watson.
Yes.
Yamada.
Yes.
Chair Henry.
Yes. That carries. So members of council, we're back to the main motion. So I've got speakers lists in the chat box, so I'm just going to go down and you, Councillor Kerr, you only wanted to speak on the amendment?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, you have noted a question. Was it on the amendment?
It was, and it got answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maren Pietri on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, I think it's been referred, so I'll wait till it comes back. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. And okay, so that exhausts the chat box. So there was a recorded vote called on this item by Councillor John Neal. Mr. Clerk, I'll call the vote now.
Anderson.
No.
Ash. Ash.
No.
Barton.
So members,
just a moment, Mr. Chair.
This is on the item that's before you, not the amendment. We've dealt with that. This is on our 2021 strategic property tax.
Okay. So my answer is yes. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, can you clarify what are we voting on?
So, members of council, we are voting on item 2 as written in the agenda. The amendment has been referred to staff. We're talking about the it's on page 35, item 2, 2021 strategic property tax study.
Without amendment.
Without an amendment. And I've called the vote. Mr. Clerk, there seems to be some confusion. Can we start the vote again, please?
I'm at your service.
Okay.
Anderson.
Yes.
Ash.
Yes.
Barton.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Chapman.
Yes.
Collier.
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes.
Dyes.
Yes.
Drew.
Yes.
Foster.
Yes.
Hyde.
Yes.
Kerr.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Maren Pietri. Maren Pietri.
He's on.
Yes.
McLean.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Mulcahy.
Yes.
John Neal.
No.
Joe Neal.
Yes. Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Pickles.
Yes.
Roy.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Schumer.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Watton.
Yes.
Yamada.
Yes.
Chair Henry.
Yes, that carries. Members of council, we're on to item number 3, the 2021 Regional Business Plans and Budget for Property Tax Purposes. Before we go to the speakers list, Mayor Foster, as the Chair of Finance, would you like to deliver a comment?
Only if I can figure out how to unmute my computer. Mr. Chair, I would. And Mr. Chair and members of council, I'm pleased to put forward the 2021 budget for the region of Durham. This budget has been particularly challenging due to the COVID-19, and we are pleased to put forward a budget that provides much needed supports in our communities and to our residents. It's always worthy of note how many of the services provided by the region are essential, and that fact has been highlighted in the past year and has had profound impacts on us. Investments in public health, long-term care, housing, as well as stabilizing transit are just a few examples. There are many unknowns as we move forward, and we will continue to be prepared to be nimble in our responses to significant issues. This budget draws significantly upon reserve funds, both for normal capital needs, COVID impacts, as well as utilizing the new specialized reserve funds set up by Council for their major priorities, such as climate change, innovation, and Vision Zero. We will also be relying on those reserve funds for the many unknowns in 2021, as well as to advance Council priorities in advance of next year's budget, things like broadband and housing and others as may be needed. Subject to Council approval, this budget also addresses significant community issues around hospital development, such as Lakeridge Bowmanville and the Grandview Children's Center, as well as the move by DRPS to body-worn cameras. Maintaining all of our essential services along with the much-needed enhancements is a significant achievement within the target set by Council. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to lead off on the report. My thanks to the many hours that staff put into this, all the while dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. Item number 3 was pulled by Councillor Joe Neal. Members of Council, I am watching the chat box. Councillor Neal, Joe Neal.
Yeah, I provided an amendment to the clerk, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm going to have staff put it up on your screen. Just give us a minute. Okay, members of council, it should be, I believe, on your screens now. I'll give you a moment to read it. Is it up, Mr. Clerk? So, members of council, it's on your screen. Councillor Neal, as the mover of the amendment, seconded. Councillor Schiemer, are you seconding this?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Councillor Neal, please continue.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So what's being proposed in the amendment is basically a tax increase of 0.5% as opposed to what would be otherwise the case, which I think is close to 2% under the what was moved from finance. So the first issue is the amount of new staffing, and I would suggest that apart from the staffing positions for which pre-budget approval was provided and the positions in public health and long-term care, that the departments that are looking for new staffing should be looking within their departments to find the savings that because just based on one of the reports that was before us this morning and the measures that were proposed in that, which I can't talk about obviously, but does it make sense to be increasing the staffing by 57 positions? And if you take out the ones that are referred to here, which are probably about, I think, probably 15 positions. Does it make sense to be increasing the staffing by that much, given the measures that were before us this morning on staffing? So, the staff has been increasing at a concerning rate, and my own opinion is it's not necessary to have all those positions. The travel and conference budget is so last year I was told by the Commissioner of Finance that we spent about roughly 14% of an $894,000 travel budget. Obviously, employees aren't traveling if they're required to remain at home, and that may be continue for some time. So last year we budgeted almost 900,000, spent about 14% of that. Same with conferences. We spent about 50% of the budget from last year, which was $1,363,000. So I doubt that we're going to need that for 2021. And then what is proposed in this is that the Commissioner of Finance come back to Council with the remainder of the savings that are required in order to meet this tax increase. So I think it's entirely doable, and I think we need to put a bit of a rein on the new positions that are being proposed. They every year. So for example, from last year, we have the annualized cost of the new positions hitting at twice the amount that it cost last year. So they're always hired, proposed to be hired July 1st. So the other thing is, some of the capital spending we do need to, I think, address. So I'll ask for a recorded vote on that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next is Councillor Pickles, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think you missed me, Chair Collier. I was above that at 136.
Actually, I'm sorry. I do. My screen moves up fairly quickly, so you're out of sight. Sorry, Councillor Pickles. Mayor Collier is first in the screen. I apologize. Mayor Collier, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, Dave. I'll try and be quick here. I just want clarification, Chair, through you to Councillor Neal. So is your proposal today to take the 1.98% budget that we have in front of us right now and knock off 1.4% to bring it to 0.5 through this?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have all of the justification sheets for the new staff positions in front of me. I don't know if anybody does, but to me, it's a bit late in the day to be bringing this. This could have been handled at every committee meeting when each committee all went through their budgets over the last 2 weeks, putting this all together. I don't know how we can make a broad slash like this on the floor without knowing the numbers. Could Ms. Taylor perhaps please speak to this? Because I don't even know if all staff positions were cut and the travel budget was reduced. Given the police budget alone, I think would still be more than 0.5. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor Collier. We're just trying to work through some of the numbers on this right now as we speak. So I will comment very high level. So with respect to the staffing, there are 57 positions here. A number of them, about 10 of them, have already received pre-budget approval. And if you're excluding public health and long-term care, as noted in this resolution, that only leaves about 24 remaining, plus the body-worn cameras of 12. That's a separate number. And a number of those aren't funded from tax levy. So by the time you back out the ones that aren't funded from tax levy, you would not have significant savings based on what's remaining. With respect to the travel conference budget, with respect, Councillor Neal had the numbers reversed because that information, he did ask me in advance how much we spend on conference and mileage. So on the conference piece, it was 13%, almost 14% that was spent in 2020. That's conferences and training. What we're anticipating for 2021 is that a lot of that will bounce back. A lot of our training is mandatory. We have a significant number of professional staff across all departments who require having certifications maintained. So that includes a lot of those, and many of the associations are now have had the time to switch to virtual. So a lot of those courses still need to take place this year, and just because they're virtual doesn't mean they're free, because they do require the certification. With mileage, we spent about 50% of the mileage budget. But again, I would suggest and remind council that a lot of the mileage comes through negotiated union mileage rates because we have a significant number of staff on the road. So it includes things like public health inspectors driving to locations. So there's all kinds of staff that actually are on the roads on a regular basis that would be picked up by that, and we have contractual obligations to do that. And I guess if I may take a liberty, my last observation would be on C is I'm not sure whether council is, at this point, if I'm reporting back, does that mean you're approving a budget and you're leaving it to me to decide how to get there? Or are you actually not approving a budget if this balance of savings needs to be approved by council, then you're not actually approving the budget, you're setting a new target and sending us back. Again, my apologies if I'm being a little bold there. And
that was my next question, Ms. Taylor. Is this also a matter of having to refer the budget until we get that report? I don't understand the intent. But so what you're saying is, if all the positions which could be cut were cut according to this, and the travel conference budget reduced, it wouldn't bring us to the 0.5.
Not even close. It probably, and we're just guessing with round numbers because we're just running this as we're speaking here, that it likely will be only about $500,000 for Part A of this resolution.
So
and
my next question, sorry?
My apologies. I was just going to say, to get to 0.5, you'd be looking at a reduction of $10.75 million.
Okay. I can't speak to works or planning or any of them, but I can speak to transit. And I believe that part of what we're doing, just cutting bodies would also affect service levels. And I imagine that would follow through to others. I'd be interested to hear from some of the other commissioners what projects wouldn't go ahead if these positions were cut. Because it's not just cutting the staff, we've budgeted for a lot of other things like roadworks and strategies and AD and a bunch of other things.
So, Mayor Collier, for clarification, are you asking each commissioner and the director of transit for their comments?
You know what, Chair, I think that might be I think the point's made. I don't think we can just make a slash today at the end of the stage. This is pretty far down the road to be making such a drastic change, and I don't think it will reach the 0.5% that the mover and seconder are trying to achieve, but it would have, I think, quite broad unintended consequences in other areas. So I won't be able to support the amendment. I'll just leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pickles, and sorry for the problem and a mistake I made a minute ago. Councillor Pickles, you have the floor.
That's okay, Mr. Chair. Mayor Collier and I are like-minded once in a while. This is one of them. So I think the commissioner already answered the question. My concern was if you take a 1.5 off the increase and A and B accounted for where some of that was going to come for, what was the unforeseen gap in C, and where would those savings be found? So if I'm correct, I think the commissioner identified there's another 10 million that would not be accounted for or savings to be found. And at this point in time, there wasn't a ready answer from anyone as to where those savings would be found. Would that be correct? Back to the commissioner?
Through the chair, that's correct. So
I guess just taking that a step further, someone told you today you got to cut $10 million. Would you have a ready answer where you would do that, or that would be a lot of discussions back to the other commissioners and perhaps even the committees, I would expect. $10 million is a lot of money. Commissioner?
Sorry, through the chair, yes, it would involve having to go back and consult with the other departments to determine what strategies, as well as, of course, the CAO, and she may wish to comment. It would, in my view, have a bearing on a lot of the new programs and initiatives that Council is looking for, because those are the add-ons, if you will, to the base budget is a lot of those initiatives that council has been looking for. But perhaps if I'm, again, not to overstep, but perhaps maybe the CAO might wish to comment as well.
Thank you, Nancy.
I'm happy to
sorry.
comment, Mr.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a couple of things. Nancy is absolutely right. We would have to go back and review service levels across the budget, including in DRPS, with respect to body-worn cameras and other initiatives. It would certainly put at risk our funding for the bus rapid transit and the GO extension, because we would not have the capacity to deliver. And I think the final thing I say is a 10% reduction in our budget, or sorry, this reduction in our budget will be magnified by a corresponding result in loss of revenue from the provincial government, as a number of our programs are cost shared, and a number of major funding allocations with respect to rapid transit are a contingent on delivery in a very tight timeline, similar with our broadband projects. So reducing the service levels in those areas would, the actual value would far exceed the $10 million that we would have to cut.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, CAO, and Commissioner. I appreciate that further information. Thank you.
Next on the list is Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, you have a request to divide.
I was, Mr. Chairman, going to do that, but after some of the questions being answered, I'm choosing not to, and I just wish to speak on the item.
Please, Councillor Nicholson, you have the floor.
Okay, and I guess I want to put my response to this in a small analogy. One person was asked many years ago why people parachute, because he couldn't understand why anybody would want to jump out of a perfectly good plane. Well, this motion is similar. This motion is asking us to leap out of that plane, but without a parachute. Part C says that somehow there's going to be a balance of savings, the amount, the staff saying the amount over $10 million. Let's not have misnomers in our processes. It's not a savings at all. It's a series of cuts that have to be made to the existing budget in order to meet the target outlined in the first clause. I just cannot, at this late time in the process, suggest at this point that we should just arbitrarily make a cut. Would I have preferred that the target amount be lower? Yes. Would I like to see more opportunities to provide assistance to those in need or going through difficult times, both business and individuals? Of course. But I'm not going to jump out of a perfectly good plane without a parachute. And that's what this motion really is asking me to do. And as much as I understand the frustration and the desire behind the motion, it is absolutely a foolish step to take. The time for this was during the target setting, or at the various individual committees to come in and make suggestions how to make cuts, or at the Finance Committee where no one showed up except the Finance Committee. So at this point, I think it's simply too late in the process to do this. And we all know what happens to the body if you leap out of that plane without a parachute. Thank you.
Councillor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did agree to second the motion to get it on the table. I wasn't, of course, here when the target was set. And I do understand that that it is very late in the game. One of the reasons I agreed to put this on the table was in light of the amount versus the almost 1.5 billion in expenditures. So there was a ring of reality to it for me. But I do want to thank staff. There was a lot of work. I'll agree with Mayor Foster. A lot of work went into the budget during and for a difficult year. And I realize there would be quite a bit of work to go back and look for those savings. But I did want to explain why I seconded the motion. I felt it was at least worthy of some conversation, and in light of $1.5 billion in expenditures, I felt the number had at least, or the proposal had some realistic sides to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pose a question before I go to Councillor Neal to close. Ms. Taylor or Mr. Holmes, the council has approved our transit strategy for DRT. What are the penalties if we don't complete the work related to the provincial and federal funding on our bus rapid transit?
So if I may, through the chair, we have obligations with respect to timing, most particularly. We complete within a 7-year window, I believe, and that may be shrinking as we speak. I believe we put a resolution forward through transit to ask that time be extended, but so far we're not seeing that. So the timing is the critical piece, and if we don't have our share, and I think you've seen a number of reports that our share is quite significant with respect to this, because we have our own piece, plus we have the part to match, plus we have the part that is not eligible, but also needs to be as part of the project, like land acquisition. So it's very critical, and timing is of the essence with respect to that. It's already going to be immensely challenging to fit it within the window of time. But I certainly don't want to take away from Mr. Holmes, so perhaps if he would like to comment or add anything I may have missed.
Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, and I'll just add to what Nancy had to say, and it is tied to the duration of funding and the completion of the work by 2027 for the funding that's been approved. We have lost already 2 construction seasons, and it will be tight to get the remaining BRT work completed, but that's where the establishment of the Rapid Transit and TOD office will really support us in moving that forward. So our risk is losing the funding if we can't complete the projects by the deadline of the program. Thank you.
Mr. Holmes, what would be your estimate of the total funding that we're talking about? Are we talking $70, $80 million?
The total investment through the chair for the ISIP program is well over $240 million.
Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking from memory. I apologize. So, thank you. Okay. Members of council, I just got a message from Mayor Drew, and I apologize. On my computer, if you can imagine, I have over 70 people on my computer. I see when a hand comes up, but I don't see who it's from because I'm managing chat and you can't do both at the same time. So before I go to Councillor Neal, I will go to Mayor Drew, and please, members of council, direct your comments to the chat box. Mayor Drew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and no apology necessary. I totally understand. I agree with many of the speakers that have spoken earlier. It is really fair to anybody to come at the 11th hour with an amendment like this with tremendous ramifications that we can't even foresee right now. Many we can, but very many we can't. So I just have a question. When was the target set, and was it a council motion to set the target at 2%?
Sorry, Ms. Taylor?
So through the chair, the target was set by FNA and ratified by council September at 2%.
Thank you. Is it in order even to set a new target at this point? And I would have to ask the clerk, I guess, that question.
Well, just 1 second, please. So it is in order to do that, Mayor Drew.
Okay, thank you very much. I need to understand that. I'm not sure that at this late hour in the process that staff even has a chance to develop a new budget and meet the timelines to get the tax bills out. And maybe I could ask the commissioner to address that question.
Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor Drew. That is also a very good question, because as you would all know from your wearing your local hat, tax bills have to be issued in May. So by the time we would go back and redetermine and then get something before finance and admin and back to council, it could be quite challenging.
Thank you very much. That's my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. There's no others in the chat box. Councillor Neal to close on the amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I make absolutely no apology for trying to help out business owners that are struggling with unprecedented challenges trying to carry on just a business and make a living, or if you're a residential taxpayer and you've been laid off or been placed on furlough, whatever the government terminology is, and trying to help them out. So all I was asking or suggesting was, do you really need all these new staff positions to carry on the region business? 2 new lawyers, like all the nice to have things versus, some of the people that run businesses are struggling just to keep it alive. So, if you're a barber on the main street or something like that, those are the people that I worry about, and how are they going to make out? If you look in, for example, Bowmanville, you're starting to see a lot of stores closing up. So, and I think that's just going to continue. So that's the spirit that this is intended, is to try to help them out. The same with residential taxpayers. There's millions of dollars in new equipment that is being put into this budget. Could you not look seriously at whether that could be delayed a year or two? And that's all. Like, it's not cutting any of these significant programs, but in a $1.5 billion budget, you can't find any savings other than what the small amount that has been reported on here. I would suggest there's lots of savings, and that's even reflected in the report that's before us in that confidential memorandum. So my last point would be, the capital spending that's being proposed in this budget, $81 million for the new phase 2 of the police station. I don't know what that amounts to per square foot, but it must be a huge number. So all I'm saying is the capital spending that the region is engaging in is getting out of hand. So, and the taxpayers are going to end up holding the bag on this at the end of the day. So the square foot cost of that must be just astronomical. So, but I don't see council taking any kind of oversight role, and neither do I see the Finance and Administration Committee taking any oversight role on some of the spending that's happening, the capital spending. So I did ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay, members of council, having no one in the chat box, a recorded vote has been called on the amendment. Mr. Clerk?
Anderson.
No.
Ash.
No.
Barton.
No.
Carter.
No.
Chapman.
No.
Collier.
No.
Crawford.
No.
Dyes.
No.
Drew.
No.
Foster.
No.
Hyatt.
No.
Kerr.
No.
Leahy.
No.
Lee.
No.
Mayor Pietri.
No.
McLean.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Mulcahy.
No.
John Neal.
Yes.
Joe Neal.
Yes.
Nicholson.
No.
Pickles.
No.
Roy.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Schumer.
Yes.
Smith.
No.
Watton.
No.
Yamada.
No.
Chair Henry.
No. The amendment loses.
Recorded vote on the main motion, Mr. Chair.
At the appropriate time, Councillor Neal. Mayor Collier, you have an amendment?
Thank you, Chair. I did email it to the clerk a while ago. If they could put it up, please.
Okay, just give us 1 second, please.
I'm going to do something today that I've never done before.
You're going to try.
Mayor Collier,
I don't know what this.
while staff is doing this, there's a number of us in the room wearing masks, and you can't see it, but we're smiling. We're interested in seeing what you're doing.
Well, generally, I'm trying to reduce the budget. This is the first time I've tried to increase the budget. So moved by myself, second by Councillor Lee, and it's a motion to amend Part A of Report 2021 F5. Whereas Lakeridge Health has requested up to a maximum of $37.5 million for the capital costs of the expansion of the Bowmanville Hospital, and whereas additional funding is required in the Community Investment Grant Fund to support this request, along with Lakeridge Health's 10-year master plan, therefore be it resolved that recommendation A be amended to increase the total 2021 net property tax requirement of $615,753,000 to $615,903,000, and increase line XI, Durham Region Community Investment Grant, from $3.269333 million to $3.419,333 million. I'll just speak to it very quickly. We gave direction to staff for a 2%. I congratulate staff as well as all the committees and everybody else for their hard work and bringing us in at 1.98. Great work, everybody, and thank you, everybody, for all your thought and effort. What this does is basically brings us back to the 2%. It just puts that last 0.2 that we had already planned on and decided on into this grant. We heard today from Ms. Taylor that the allocations that we're making, the decisions we're making today, exhaust this fund for the next 5 years. You'll see in recommendation U in the report that staff is going to look into and develop a strategy for us to try and catch up, because as Councillor Neal had said earlier, their $200-something million Lakeridge ask going forward in 5 years is going to be about $20 million a year, which we just don't have. So it makes sense to have a strategy developed now that we can phase in over the next 5 years and then beyond. So this just basically takes that little bit that's left over, puts it in as a start, and then staff will report back on the rest. I just want to make a quick comment about another comment that was made. I take a bit of offense saying finance isn't really doing their oversight or others, because I think everybody is. What the comments were on making an amendment on the floor, which this is, so I'm kind of talking against myself, but I did talk about this at the Finance Committee meeting, and we did refer it, which is why it's back today. There's all sorts of opportunity to go through and ask these questions and make these decisions so we get all the proper information. But bringing amendments on the floor is not the right way to do it, in my opinion, as I bring an amendment on the floor. So a bit of irony there, but this was a referral from the finance meeting, and I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Foster, you're in the chat box as a comment. Do you wish to stay on the item, or do you wish to comment on the amendment?
Yeah, no, I'm good. So I'll come to the report. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'll come back to you then. Councillor Anderson on the amendment.
Thank you. It's a noble cause and it's something I would support, but given the economic climate and the pandemic, etc., I was wondering if Ms. Taylor could probably revisit some of the projects and some of the departments and see if there were any savings to be realized there that we could put towards this, and maybe forego the tax increase until maybe down the road when the economic conditions are better, given, bearing in mind that the taxpayers are bearing the brunt of this in this pandemic times.
Okay. Ms. Taylor?
So, if I may, through the chair, what was asked at Finance and Admin that Mayor Collier has raised today is essentially a $150,000 top-up that translates to an additional $1 per year to an average residential homeowner. With respect to your question or finding savings elsewhere, the point of Resolution U, which Mayor Collier referred to, is that we will go back and create a strategy for that big ask from the hospital. And we would be looking at that in conjunction with the 2022 budget so that council could make decisions with respect to where you wish. We'll be coming forward as well with a target for you for 2022 in the fall. So there will be a number of activities that council can weigh in on how they wish to proceed on this in the fullness of time.
Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson, you have an amendment to the amendment? Councillor Nicholson?
I've sent it through to the clerk.
Okay, members of council, give us just a minute so we can see it. Did you send it to the clerk's office, Councillor Nicholson? To the clerk's address?
To Mr. Walton's email.
Okay, just give us 1 minute, please. I'll have the clerk read it, please.
So the amendment is that the funds for these budgetary changes be taken from existing reserves as designated by the Commissioner of Finance.
Okay, we'll need a seconder on the amendment. Oh, sorry, a seconder on the amendment to the amendment. Hearing none, seeing none.
John Neal.
Councillor Neal. So the amendment to the amendment has been seconded. It's now on the floor. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do support the rationale behind the extra $150,000, but given the status of our reserve accounts and even our operational reserve, we have the ability to absorb that $150,000 out of the existing funds that are already within the purview of the region, without having to actually go back to the taxpayers and ask them to pony up more money this year. I know it's not a major amount of money, but I think it's the principle. We just passed a motion saying we weren't going to cut. Now we're going to, because it was too late in the process to do it. Now we're looking at a situation where we want to increase. I think the same rule applies. I think there's a compromise here that we could amend recommendation A, make the excise change to the community investment grant by simply taking the funds from the existing reserves, and I would leave it up to the Commissioner of Finance to designate which reserve is most appropriate to do so. I think this is a positive compromise that all can get behind.
Okay, thank you. So, members of council, it's to the the question should be to the amendment to the amendment. Mayor Barton, are you wishing to speak to the amendment or the amendment to the amendment?
I'd like to speak to the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll come back to you. Councillor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My computer cut out. Can you repeat the amendment to the amendment, please?
Okay, I'll have the clerk read it, please.
This is to amend the motion by Mayor Collier, Councillor Lee, and the amendment to the amendment is that the funds for these budgetary changes be taken from existing reserves as designated by the Commissioner of Finance.
Thank you. I'm not speaking to it. I'll speak to the amendment, please.
Okay. Next is Councillor Chapman. Are you speaking to the amendment to the amendment?
To the amendment, please. I have a question for the Commissioner of Finance first. Commissioner, is the Community Investment Grant Fund not a reserve in itself?
Thank you for asking that question. So here's how I'll clarify. The unspent funds each year that don't get designated go into that reserve fund. What I would suggest to you is that what's required for the hospital for that $200 million is down the road. So the purpose of the 150 is that it would be put into that fund to start accumulating towards that 200 million. So we don't actually, we wouldn't pull from one reserve fund when we're trying to accumulate for a future. If I'm being clear there, if that makes sense.
You are exactly. Thank you very much. So in first instance, I agree with Mayor Collier. Bad timing to throw something on the floor when we're deciding the budget. Secondly, I'll agree with Councillor Nicholson that we don't want to. It came out at less than 2%. So why do we want to raise it to 2% just because that was the guideline? But in essence, we don't need this. We've sent back to staff to come up with a strategy on how this should be done. And I think we should wait until that strategy comes, and then we can comment and vote on that accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Anderson, are you to the amendment, right?
My question was just answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions in the chat box, I will call the vote on the amendment to the amendment. Was there a recorded vote called, members of council, or not? No?
Yes.
Okay, yes on the amendment to the amendment.
Anderson.
No.
Ash.
No.
Barton.
No.
Carter.
No.
Chapman.
No.
Collier.
No.
Crawford.
No.
Dyes.
No.
Drew.
No.
Foster.
No.
Hyatt. Hyatt. Absent.
No.
No. Kerr.
No.
Leahy.
No.
Lee.
No.
Mayor Pietri.
No.
McLean.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Mulcahy.
No.
John Neal.
Yes.
Joe Neal.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Pickles.
No.
Roy.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Schumer.
No.
Smith.
No.
Watton.
No.
Yamada.
No.
Chair Henry.
No. So the amendment to the amendment loses. Excuse me, members of council, I have to scroll back up into the chat box. Next on the list to speak to the amendment that's before you on your screen would be Mayor Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So most of what I had to say was mentioned by Councillor Chapman. Although I find that this is going to be extremely important. You know, most of the provincial models when it comes to new hospital builds and major renovations will require us to be involved. And we are going to have to fill up these reserves over time because there's a new hospital proposed for Uxbridge as well. But, you know, I think we've made it through this budget process so far. I like to always come in a little bit less than what the targets were, and I'm very proud of our staff for what they've done with this budget. So I wouldn't support this amendment, but I do support the idea in principle. Sorry, Sean, I agree with your first half of your statement, but I won't support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next on the amendment would be Councillor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't support it because I do want that report we're going to see, because we're talking some long-term, serious tax issues for our residents with all of this. I'm not a fan of the province downloading issues, and healthcare is one of theirs. And I really worry about where we end up going down these roads. Everybody wants a new hospital. Everybody wants a massively improved hospital. But, you know, I started looking at where this is going to go down the road, and we're in some pretty sticky times, I think, in the years to come. And I want to see that staff report and recommendations going forward well beyond the next 1 to 5 years, because this is going to be something we really have to consider. And you know, $100,000 here, $100,000 there, a few million here, a few million there, and sooner or later, somebody's really going to feel this. So I won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. The amendment, Mayor Foster.
Sure, Councillor Anderson is before me, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Anderson spoke to the already, so go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Taylor, I heard you say that this was $1 a year. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. This would move for the average taxpayer from $55 to $56 a year.
Thank you. So I appreciate the concerns where it's nice to come a smidge in under guidance. We're talking 0.2%. I thank Councillor Collier for bringing this forward. It is a small amount, and that report is going to come forward, and it is a small step in the right direction, but it's $1. It's $1 that is going directly to healthcare, whether we like it or not, whether this is a provincial responsibility or not. The expectation is that we have skin in the game, and if we don't have skin in the game, we're not going to get the whether they're enhancements, whether it's new build, they're not going to come. The province is looking for money from the community, again, like it or not. So this is a small step, but it is a step in the absolute right direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Just 1 second. I need to confer with the clerk. Okay. Okay, sorry, members of council. We'll continue. Comment, Councillor Leahy. Councillor Leahy.
All right, thank you, Chair Henry. So I appreciate that. And again, I fully appreciate the sentiment of what Mayor Collier is trying to do here. We definitely want to get funding to these hospital facilities, but through the approval of the budget, we're already allocating some $37 million to hospital projects across the region, so no one can say that we're not committed to that. And we're at minimum looking at a 3% increase over X number of years to get us to that $210 million. So I just don't think now, under all the pressures and challenges that we're having in the pandemic, that this is the time. We can add this dollar to a tax bill into the future to get us to that goal, and we're already committing over $37 million to the hospital projects right now. So while I support the hospitals and I support the sentiment, it's not high enough and it's not the right time. So unfortunately, I can't support it at this time. Thank you.
So thank you. So members of council, are there any other members of council wishing to speak to the amendment that's before you? Seeing none, was there a recorded vote asked not for this item, Mayor Collier?
There wasn't, Chair, but I don't think it'll be unanimous, and trying to decipher the yeses and the nos might be tough to count, so we might as well.
Okay, record a vote then. When you're ready, Mr. Clerk.
Anderson.
Yes.
Ash.
No.
Barton.
No.
Carter.
No.
Chapman.
No.
Collier.
Yes.
Crawford.
No.
Dyes.
No.
Drew.
No.
Foster.
Yes.
Hyatt.
No.
Kerr.
No.
No.
Leahy.
No.
Lee.
Yes.
Marin Pietri.
No.
McLean.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Mulcahy.
No.
John Neal.
No.
Joe Neal.
No.
Nicholson.
No.
Pickles.
No.
Roy.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Schumer.
No.
Smith.
No.
Watton.
No.
Yamada.
No.
Chair Henry.
No. So the amendment is defeated. Members of council,
Close though.
just give us a minute. Somebody has just sent an email through, and I just want to make sure the clerk has got it related to the budget. So 1 minute, please. So, members of council, we received, and it's very awkward to do this on the fly because it's trying to manage everything through the chat box. So, Councillor Yamada, do you have an amendment to this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you've sent it through to the clerk. I'm going to have the clerk post it. You can read it, and then we'll need to have it put to the screen.
We're just preparing it to display, but the motion is that moved by Councillor Yamada, seconded by Councillor Leahy, that Regional Council reduce the tax increase for the 2021 budget to 0.5% using a one-time transfer from reserves as determined by the Commissioner of Finance.
So the item is moved by Councillor Yamada. Councillor Leahy, you're seconding this item?
Yes, Chair Henry, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Yamada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henry. 2020 and the start of 2021 has been a time that I've never seen in my life. It's been unprecedented. And to see the deaths in long-term care, to see businesses suffering, I think we need to go a little further and ensure that we are helping residents who may have been laid off, that we're helping businesses that are trying to keep the doors open just for one more day to see if they can make it through this pandemic. So listening to what Councillor Neal had said earlier, I want to see if there is a way that we can try to ease the burden off our residents here in Durham for this year. So I am moving this motion asking that we can help our residents by easing the pressure off them for this year. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy?
Oh, yes, Chair Henry. Can I speak to it?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair Henry. So again, just further up on Councillor Yamada's point and the approach that we take. Like I know at the town of Whitby to reduce our impact for the years, we're borrowing from reserve. So what that does is it doesn't undermine the work of staff. It doesn't undermine our service levels. It doesn't undermine any of the detailed work that's been done by all the commissioners and their staff to get us to the amount of staffing levels, support levels, service levels, and everything we need to effectively run the region and transit and meet our commitments. But what this does do is commit to the community that we're doing everything we possibly can to try and minimize the tax increase by taking a one-time out of reserves, which will be less than 1% of the total reserves that we have. We're well over $1 billion in reserves, so this approximately $10.5 million one time, less than 1% that we have in reserves. And it's a signal to the community that we're doing everything we can to help them temporarily in this pandemic, and it'll defer this tax increase to next year. So that is how my take on it, to try and show all of the business communities and those that are suffering and residents that have lost jobs with the uneven impact of this pandemic. There's just people that are being significantly impacted and some that are being not impacted at all, but it's a signal to the community that this council is trying to do everything possibly can to minimize the increase. It's supporting staff and all of the achievements, all of the pre-budget approvals, everything that staff has done to date to get us there. So that's why we're looking at the one-time reserve. So that's my approach. Hopefully council sides with it, and I understand either way because it's all an individual and personal decision, but I'll also ask for a recorded vote on this amendment, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak. Thank you, Chair Henry.
Thank you. Mayor Collier on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm just going to ask some questions to Ms. Taylor because I think there's some misunderstanding on how reserves actually work and whether we take from a reserve. I think there may be a misunderstanding. People don't understand we're actually creating a hole for next year that now needs to be filled. So if we remove 1.4% or 1.3% from this year's budget, and Ms. Taylor, how much is 1%?
Through the chair, 1%, I'll round up, is 7 million.
Okay, so 1.3%, let's call it almost 10 million. So if we take 10% from reserves this year, Like our budget is still 615,753,000, no matter whether we take the money from reserves or whether we generate it from the tax base. If we take 10 million from the reserves to supplement the tax base this year, we're creating a $10 million hole that we're going to need to fill next year. Can you just confirm that, please, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, that's correct. All things being equal, our expenditures remain the same. So we would be starting from that hole for next year, plus the additions, of course, that would be required to deal with the service deliveries for next year, as Council is aware, and likely a reassessment impacts as well to taxpayers next year.
Thank you. And I just wanted to point that out because it's fine to use reserves for a one-time. That's fine. But if you use reserves to supplement the tax base, you're just creating another problem for next year. So we'll start next year's budget at 1.3% if we decide to support this motion today. I don't want to do that. Next year's an election year, probably not a great year to do that. So I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Mitchell on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I don't support it. You can't fund operations from reserves. It's just not sustainable or responsible. I just want to clarify that the town of Whitby is not funding operations from reserves. We are treating the pandemic costs as a one-time and funding those from reserves. That's on the assumption that they will be a one-time cost, which most of council thinks is a reasonable assumption. But in fairness, Mr. Chair, my own view is that if a member of this council wants to cut operating costs, they should be here suggesting some cuts in services to offset those costs and not just talking about taking out of reserves to fund operations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And my questions, both Mayor Colley and Mayor Mitchell has answered most of my questions. So my other, because those would have been the questions I would have asked. So I'm wondering, it's a noble gesture. I was wondering if Ms. Taylor, this 0.5% would equate to about $3 million or so dollars. Is that, am I correct?
So through the chair, if I just want to be clear, this recommendation would actually be looking at removing 1.48 from and fixing it at the 0.5. So the 1.48 would be in the vicinity of 10.5 million.
Okay. I was just wondering if it would be able to find that through saving instead of going into reserve, because I know exactly what would happen. It would just add on to next year's tax increase. So it's a noble gesture. So is it possible to find some additional savings anywhere, Ms. Taylor?
So if I may, through the chair, with respect, that's the same discussion we just had for the previous amendment where that question was asked. So if I may, not without revisiting the budget process and going back through with the CAO and commissioners and trying to revamp what's been put before you based on a guideline approved some time ago.
So that would be labor intensive, you're saying, correct?
If I may, it would be labor intensive and would not be able to be done without service impacts, as the CIO mentioned earlier in her comments.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Foster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I won't be able to support this for all of the reasons that we've heard. Ms. Taylor, if we're telling you to go and look for increased savings, that's come up a couple of times. And I'm not going to do it, but you have done the budget, you've identified the savings. Is that not essentially a request to redo the budget?
So if I may, through the chair, in the budget report, it does reference that we've done line by line savings. I would also suggest to you that we worked really, really hard with each commissioner when we received the target from council. And it was a very, very difficult process to get to this stage. Simply, and you referenced this in your initial comments, the region of Durham provides significant number of essential services. So that it's a different perspective, perhaps, because there's not as many optional places to go. And particular in this year, this budget supports so many vulnerable sectors and residents and businesses to the best degree we can. But there are so many essential services that we're covering here that it makes it very different in trying to find where we could go with that.
Yeah, well, and the truth is it's 154. Then you put the body cams and the thing. Ms. Taylor, can you please address the issue of what we have available? So, you know, the idea was floated some time back that we've got $2 billion in the bank account, and that we can reach into that $2 billion. But you know, this concept that we've got a couple of $billion bucks, you know, just sitting aside, because if you look at these capital, there's a lot of borrowing. We don't have enough cash on hand to do our capital projects. But can you please speak to discretionary reserves?
Thank you. So through the chair, there's a couple of things I think that's important to note as part of that discussion. So yes, we have an investment portfolio, but that investment portfolio is not just reserves and reserve funds. That investment portfolio includes a number of other different things for funding of post-employment liabilities. It includes capital approvals, as you know, and you're all aware of this at your local level. When you approve a capital budget today, the money isn't spent tomorrow. Significant projects take a bit of time. So those funds stay in an investment until the invoices get paid. So that number that's always bandied around about how much money we have includes a whole bunch of other things. When you actually narrow it down to the reserve funds at about $1 billion, a huge portion of that is reserve funds that are dedicated either legislatively, like development charge reserve funds, or have been raised for a very specific purpose, and that purpose still remains to take place. And as you note in our forecast that we put before you today, the draw on reserves and reserve funds, excluding development charges over the next window of time in this forecast, is about $650 million. With respect to your question on the discretionary, as I mentioned in my earlier part of the presentation, there is about, I'll say, $59 million in the operating impact reserve fund. And I'll reiterate my concerns there that we have about $20 million for one-time COVID costs that if the province doesn't agree to extend that March 31st date, we will have to cover those COVID costs. I mentioned concern over the vaccine rollout. We have to provide mass vaccination clinics, and certainly the province has said they will fund them, but we don't have any rules around what that looks like, so we don't have a guarantee that every cost that we're deeming relating to that we're incurring would be recoverable, although I'm hopeful. We are awaiting long-term care staffing standards. Broadband, as mentioned, is going to be coming to council before summer recess, I believe, and if we want to comply with the requirements of some of those grant applications, we'll have to extend funds mid-year. Again, just the issues that we have around unanticipated impacts for COVID over the course of this year. We need to be nimble, and we need to be able to fund those at the last minute, and even to council's questions today around things like housing. If there is an opportunity when those reports come forward to get a step ahead, we would be looking to reserve funds to try to do that. So there's a lot of work and pressure around those reserve funds as we speak.
Ms. Taylor, thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith, you might be on mute. Councillor Smith? Okay, I will come back. He may be having a technical issue. I will go to Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me fine?
We can hear you, yes.
All right, just again, a couple of questions, and the previous answers gave me part of that. We're seeing the old bugbear being brought up that if you ever want to cut the budget, and if somebody suggests a cut, immediately we can't do it because you're going to cut operations. But in this budget, it's my understanding we have over $40 million of tax dollars being added to regional roads reserves and rehabilitation reserve funds. Is that correct?
Ms. Taylor?
Through the chair, that is going into those reserve funds, and then the budgeted draw comes back out to spend those funds.
Yeah, so what is the balance in those accounts after the in and out for this budget?
So if I may, I don't have a list of the exact reserve fund balances, but what I will tell you is that not a lot has been accumulated historically in there because of the funds that come in and out, other than interest and some years where we spent a little bit less. So in the forecast that you see before you, we are utilizing drawing down on what those funds are to accomplish that forecast. So we are drawing the little bit of backlog that might be there, which is not a huge amount because the money goes in and goes back out again.
Okay, but a large portion of the funds in that reserve are for future projects that have not yet been approved by council. Is that correct?
Actually, for the two particular ones you're referring to, the roads and bridges, though that funding that goes into the reserve funds comes back out for projects you are approving this year.
All right, let me take the next step then. If we're looking at contributions from the current budget to our reserves, how much are we putting into reserves this year?
In round numbers, including the 45 or 46 to the roads and bridges and rehabilitation, I think it's about 90 million. I'd have to pull up it shows up under the corporate items budget area.
Okay, so assuming that for argument's sake, 90 million going from the tax levy into reserves this year, if we were able to change that from 90 to 80, we could fund this tax reduction from reduced contributions to reserve rather than impacting the operating budget or the baseline for next year. Is that correct? So
actually, if I might suggest, the challenge would be if, and I believe this was raised by Councillor Neal, the 2022 forecast shows a very significant draw from general levy for capital purposes. So we already know that we have a challenge for 2022 for those capital purposes. So it would not be my recommendation to do that, knowing that we have such a heavy draw and requirement for capital over the next 10 years. But even particular to 2022, right now in that general levy column, and it's on slide 15 as well of the presentation, you can see the general levy draws for capital over the coming years are very significant, along with the draws from reserve funds.
Yes, and I understand that. And then given that obviously the staff have made their recommendation of what they think is a reasonable budget, the motion before us is suggesting a change from 2% to 0.5. The argument has been made that the only way that can be achieved is by cutting operational services. And what I'm putting to you and asking you to confirm that if council were willing to reduce the contributions to reserve, we could in fact reduce this budget without having any impact on the operational services and not impacting the baseline for future years. Is that correct?
My apologies. I better make this clear. You are correct. I am always at the will of council for the decisions that you wish to make with respect to budgetary. So my apologies if I implied otherwise. So yes, you can reduce that draw from reserve funds. I would suggest it will have a fairly immediate impact, however, but I am always at the will of council. My apologies if I in any way implied otherwise.
No apologies necessary. Sometimes my questions aren't as clear as any of us would like to be put. I just wanted to make that point because the perception that was left by some of the previous speakers was the only way you could cut the tax rate was to cut services, operational services, and that would have a negative impact for future years. Well, that's not true. Each member of council is going to have to decide whether they support this motion or not, but there are ways, if council wish, to both reduce the overall tax increase this year to 0.5 and have no impact on current operational projections or future baselines. That's a judgment call for council. And the way to achieve that is to either reduce your contributions to reserve to offset the $10 million, or to transfer funds from your discretionary operational reserve or capital reserves to offset that $10 million. So I don't want anybody to be left with the impression that it can't be done because it's going to cut services. That's not the case. There are ways to do it, and it's up to each member of council in their own heart to decide whether they want to make that choice or not. But I just wanted to make sure we were factually correct, so each member of council can then decide for themselves whether they can live with that cut or not. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Henry. Through you, I won't be supporting this motion. I think that, personally, I think next year, financially around the country is going to be almost as bad as this year. And if we cut it that much this year, we're going to have to talk about a 3% raise next year. And I know how that will go over. So I'm content with where it is now, and I think we should leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Schumer, you have a clarification question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do agree with Councillor Nicholson on his comments. I would just like to go back to some of the earlier conversation and I think some of the earlier questions regarding if we do this, that we're going to enter into 2022 in a 1.3% hole with apparently the understanding that all expenditures this year will continue on and do nothing but grow next year. So are we being told that in this budget there are no one-time expenditures in here that could be funded by a one-time draw from the reserve?
Ms. Taylor?
So if I may, through the chair, that's why there is so much activity in the reserve fund draws, why it's at $225 million this year, more than prior years, is we did go through that exercise to identify one-time items so that we could fund them in other fashions. And so that's why you actually see that significant increase in draws from the reserve funds for 2021 as we did that exact exercise.
So there's no other one-time expenditures in this budget that have not already been covered by reserves?
Not standalone one time. To Councillor Nicholson's point, if you chose to reduce base funding for things, that's where you'd have to go for that, whether that's base funding for reserve funds. But one time standalone, we went through that process in great detail with the departments to try to find every last thing that is add-ons or one-time items.
So okay, so the only unfunded one-time so-called expenditures are allocations to reserve funds.
I'll say yes, based on a very high level. I mean, this is a massive budget. We spent a lot of months and months putting this together, and we certainly gave every effort to find those one-time items. Could we have missed small ones? I suppose there's always that possibility, but so I'll say a big picture, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jonio.
So can I get some clarification from Ms. Taylor? Because in the memo that I got yesterday, it says there's an increase of $47.8 million in net withdrawals from reserves in over 2020, but this morning the figure was given of $59 million. Is that, which is the correct number?
Through the chair, the $59 million is the balance in the operating impact reserve fund. The number that I provided to you, it was in the slides and presented, the $50 million, I'm rounding there, is the increased draw from reserve funds from prior years.
So that's a net increase in withdrawals already for 2020, or in 2021.
That's correct, to try to address as many one-time and COVID temporary, everything we could possibly find. That's what drives that increased draw.
I guess the difficulty I have is I certainly agree with the sentiment. I would rather try and deal with the expenses that we can cut and not affect service, which I think there's a lot of. So just, if we just pushed off by a year a lot of vehicle replacements, things like that, we could probably not affect service levels. But I've got to, just from a personal philosophy standpoint, taking money out of the bank just to cover, at the same time we're hiring 57 new staff doesn't make sense to me. Thanks.
That exhausts the questions in the chat box. Ms. Taylor, quick question. In our 2020 budget, we covered the costs all related to COVID. I'm sorry I don't have the report in front of me, but wasn't our expenses close to $46 million?
So through the chair, when we first did our assessment of the COVID impact in May, we were looking in the vicinity of $40 million. Every time we reported and spoke about this, we talked about the huge level of uncertainty around that. And at that point, then we took mitigating measures. And at that point as well, we were not aware of what the province was going to provide. So the safe restart hadn't been negotiated. So that original number was in the vicinity of 40 million. After all the mitigating measures that took place, that reduced that number down quite significantly, and then the Safe Restart monies have come into play since then.
So the Safe Restart funds that we received from the province and the federal government only equated to half of our total operating loss?
That's correct. But I would like to say we also did quite a bit of mitigating as well.
So within the organization, we found that within our 2020 budget, we found that $20 million, which would have been our share, and funded that through savings, restructuring, money that wasn't spent. Would that be correct?
Yes.
So going forward, we have no idea this year what the federal and provincial government will be funding related to COVID. Is that correct?
That's correct. So we're all involved in a number of associations, the CAO and myself. We're involved in a number of areas. At this point, the Safe Restart funding expires March 31st, so a month from now. And to date, we have not been successful in getting any confirmation that even the funds that have already been allotted can be carried over for the balance of this budget year. And I'm not aware of any additional funds as yet that may or may not come forward for 2021.
So in 2021, there'll be millions of dollars of costs that come forward. And if we didn't receive funding from the province and the budget was passed, we would fund this through, it used to be called the Tax Rate Stabilization Fund. There's another name for that now. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the operating impact reserve fund that I referenced, that's where we would have to fund because our services are essential and need to continue.
So based on past practices of the federal and provincial government and where they funded us so far, would we have only received 50% of those funds?
Through the chair, they have flowed the funds. It depends on the program. There's multiple different programs. So some have flown through to us, and we have some funds on hand. Some of them are based on reporting milestones and reimbursements. So we have a good chunk of it on hand, but on official record at this point, they're supposed to be giving us reporting forms that will be due March 31st or into April, and funds that aren't spent according to the official documents would have to be returned.
Okay. But based on past practices, if you averaged it all out, we've only received 50%.
I would say generally speaking, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Yamada, to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair Henry. And I think the amendment here is really simple, and it's one in where we need to determine what our priorities are going to be. Yes, I've heard members speak to the fact that we are deferring this to next year. It is an election year next year, and I would feel comfortable putting this record up and saying that we did everything that we could to help businesses make it through 2021 so they could have a 2022. I think members need to think, do we want to raise taxes a little more this year? Or do we want to help those families who have been laid off or had to rely on CERB? Do we want to raise taxes just a little bit more this year? Or do we want to give businesses a next year? Because some of them may not have that. I think this amendment speaks to the fact that it will not impact the operations for next year by funding this reduction from our reserve funds. And I'd like to close by saying I've never seen a pandemic before. We've never lived through a pandemic before. But what I have been able to see are the businesses that are hurting. I've been able to talk to those owners. I've been able to hear from residents, and they're asking for us to do more for them in 2021. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, I did say that you were to close, but I missed Councillor Joe Neal. Councillor Joe Neal, question?
Oh, I spoke already, sir. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I spoke already. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, that exhausts the chat box. On the amendment, a recorded vote was called. Mr. Clerk?
Anderson.
No.
Ash.
No.
Barton.
No.
Carter.
No.
Chapman.
No.
Collier.
No.
Crawford.
No.
Dyes.
No.
Drew.
No.
Foster.
No.
Hyatt.
No.
Kerr.
No.
Leahy.
Yes.
Lee.
No.
Mayor Pietri.
No.
McLean.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Mulcahy.
No.
John Neal.
Yes.
Joe Neal.
No.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Pickles.
No.
Roy.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Schumer.
Yes.
Smith.
No.
Watton.
No.
Yamada.
Yes.
Chair Henry.
No. The amendment loses. The main motion is before us. Seeing no one wishing to speak in the chat box, I believe a recorded vote was called on the item. Mr. Clerk, could you confirm that there was a recorded vote?
Yeah, I call for one, Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Joe Neal. So I will call that vote now.
Anderson.
Yes.
Ash.
Yes.
Barton.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Chapman.
Yes.
Collier.
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes.
Dyes.
Yes.
Drew.
Yes.
Foster.
Yes.
Hyatt.
Yes.
Kerr.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Mayor Pietri.
Yes.
McLean.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Mulcahy.
Yes.
John Neal.
No.
Joe Neal.
No.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Pickles.
Yes.
Roy.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Schumer.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Watton.
Yes.
Yamada.
No.
Chair Henry.
Yes. That carries. Members of council will move on in the agenda. Next item is Health and Social Services Committee, page 44. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Pickles, that the recommendations contained in items 1 and 2 of report number 1 of the Health and Social Services Committee be adopted.
Mr. Chair, I had questions.
On questions?
On finance?
Okay, I will come back after we finish. This is already on the
floor. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay, it's on the floor. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so the items are on the floor. Items to be pulled. Mayor Foster, item 1.
Yes, please.
Okay. Any other polls? I'll call the vote on the remainder. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
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 Opposed? None. That carries. Mayor Foster on item 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The recommendation is that we endorse this. Are we forwarding this to the area MPPs, to the Premier? So this is Stay at Home If You're Sick Act. So.
Yeah, we can do that, Mayor Foster.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to item 1? I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
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 Aye. Opposed? None. That carries. Questions to health? Seeing none in the chat box.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, questions. You have questions on finance.
Well, I have questions to health.
Give me a second. Are you? I don't see you in the chat box. I will come back to you for after Councillor Smith. Questions to health?
Yes, thank you. More to social services, but thanks, Chair Henry, through you. I just wondered if staff could give me a comment regarding the impact of the dropping of the evictions. The fact that people can now be evicted, I'm asking the question very well, I apologize for that, but could staff give us a comment regarding that? And there was a ban on evictions and it either lapsed or it's about to lapse, and I just wondered what they feel the impact may be.
Okay, to the Commissioner.
Yes, through the chair. Sorry, the landlord-tenant board is oops, sorry about that. The landlord-tenant board is so far behind right now that even with the opening of evictions again, we probably won't be seeing an impact to our community for quite some time, if any.
Right. Thank you for that. I just, I know that whether we as a landlord can evict is certainly one item, but whether there are other people that are being evicted that may then need our services, I guess that's pretty hard to gauge, but I just didn't know whether you felt that would have any impact.
There are benefits that are available to these tenants, and they have been extended and expanded. So if tenants are in need of benefits to support them with their arrears, they need to be reaching out to our services.
Good. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Neal, question to health?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, to Dr. Kyle, what is the proposed rollout for vaccines for Durham? In other words, when would the general population start seeing or become eligible for that?
Good afternoon, and thanks for the question. So currently we're limited by only having Pfizer vaccine. So in March, we are ramping up to clinics, if you will, throughout Durham region. We are following provincial guidance with respect to priority populations which center on essential healthcare workers and seniors who are 80 years and over. Phase 2 of the vaccination plan will probably start in April, and we're hoping to get greater supplies of Pfizer vaccine and possibly Moderna and other vaccines. Again, the focus will be on probably age-based groups of seniors, and we hope to have clinics in all of our municipalities. We expect the vaccine won't be available to the general population until probably mid to late summer, and we're hoping by then that we can then rely on primary care pharmacies, and we have more stable vaccines and hopefully vaccines that only require one dose. But that's not likely to happen until late summer or the fall, and it's all dependent upon availability of vaccine.
So do you anticipate staying in a lockdown until then?
I don't, but it all depends on the local epidemiology. And that will depend on, in particular, the transmissibility and the impact of so-called variants of concern, which is now established in Ontario, and we're keeping a close eye on. So I don't think there are any plans to stay in shutdown. I expect if the variants of concern don't create, if you will, a third wave, then in fact Toronto Peel will exit to shut down. We'll stay in the response framework. But if there is severe COVID-19 activity in one of the PHU regions, I'm pretty sure the province would be prepared to put that area into shutdown. But I don't think there are any plans to have Ontario stay in shutdown, say, until the fall. I think we'll continue to be in the response framework.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Kyle. How are you? My question is to you. Thank you, Chair. I just got an email from residents of Bowmanville Creek Retirement Residence. They were supposed to receive vaccination a few weeks ago, but that was canceled due to a shortage of vaccination. Is that, you know about that, Dr. Kyle? Is there a shortage?
So, Councillor, thank you for the question. As I said previously, we are distributing vaccine accordance to provincial guidance. With respect to retirement homes, the Ministry for Seniors and Accessibility ranked retirement homes as to their risk profile, and we were directed to provide vaccine to high-risk retirement homes. My understanding, and I stand to be corrected, is about 5 or so retirement homes in Durham region did not receive vaccine. We are aware of that situation. I think the plan is, depending on the availability of vaccine, for our paramedics to pick up the slack and to provide vaccine to residents of these 5 or so retirement homes. And communications to that effect should be happening shortly.
Okay, I have forwarded that piece of correspondence to your office, so I am sure you or someone will respond to the residents, I take it.
We respond to all correspondence.
Okay, thank you. I know you do. So I will forward you that message along. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Mayor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Kyle. we received a presentation on Friday at the mayor's meeting from General Hillier, and he certainly identified the older vulnerable adults who are not in congregate settings as the next target. But he also said that we can't go house to house administering vaccines. So do you have any additional insight into the logistics of how that will happen for that next sort of priority group?
Councillor, as I said, our plan is to ramp up to community clinics in all of our municipalities, and we would vaccinate in accordance with a prioritization set by the province, which would start with, as I understand it, 80-year-olds, and then 70-year-olds and older, and so forth. I would acknowledge that there are some residents who are not ambulatory or may have difficulty accessing community clinics. We are prepared to do mobile vaccination where it makes sense, where it's practical and feasible. And we are giving thought to this. At the end of the day, such individuals may have to wait until vaccine is available to their primary care physician, their pharmacy, and more towards, if you will, phase 3 before they receive the vaccine. But I don't think we have the capacity to go door to door to do vaccination, if that's kind of where you're coming from in terms of your question. I think we would be looking at, say, seniors, apartments, and sort of congregate living settings, where the profile of the seniors there is such that it may be more accessible to do it through a mobile team rather than expect the residents to go to a community clinic.
Okay, and the assumption for your community clinics would be that these residents would be arranging their own transportation there and back for the vaccine.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Carl.
No problem.
Thank you. Councillor McLean, questions to Health and Social Services?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question to the doctor. What messaging or communications do we have? How are people going to register for these vaccinations at our centers?
Yeah, so we're working on a booking system, first of all, and we're going to be and have started to use our normal means of communications. It would be expected in the first instance for either healthcare workers who are high priority or seniors, if they're tech savvy, to book a time online. If that's not possible, work is underway with respect to providing assistance through a call center. We have been waiting for assistance from the province, both with respect to call center capacity as well as IT booking infrastructure. But we have put contingencies in place should there be a delay in terms of the province stepping up. So normal means of communications, we have lots of information at durham.ca/COVID vaccines. And we also plan to set up a booking system and have it supported through a call center. So hopefully that answers your question.
It certainly does. There are a lot of residents that do not have internet or computers and whatnot. So the call center sounds great, and I'm looking forward to our residents being vaccinated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, that exhausts the questions for Health and Social Services. Councillor Neal, you had questions to Finance?
I'll pass, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, that exhausts health and... Okay, I have a message from Councillor Chapman. He's moving a 15-minute recess. I'm looking for a seconder.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Smith, second.
By Councillor Marin Pietri. I'll call the vote on a 15-minute recess. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
That carries. We will reconvene at 3:30. Thank you, members of council. Members of council, I'll call this meeting back to order. Mr. Clerk, if you could do a roll call, please.
Anderson.
Chair.
Ash.
Present.
Barton.
Present.
Carter.
I'm here.
Chapman.
Yes.
Collier.
Present.
Crawford.
Present.
Dyes.
Present.
Drew.
Present.
Foster is absent. Hyatt.
Present.
Kerr.
Present.
Leahy.
Present.
Lee.
I'm here.
Marin Pietri.
Present.
McLean. McLean. Absent. Mitchell.
Present.
Mulcahy.
Present.
John Neal.
Present.
Joe Neal.
Here.
Nicholson. Nicholson. Absent. Pickles.
Present.
Roy. Roy.
Here. Sorry. Yeah, here.
Ryan.
Present.
Schumer.
Hey, Brian.
Smith.
Schumer is here.
Present.
Getting interference.
Yep. Smith.
Present.
I see McLean, you've joined.
Nicholson's here as well.
Wotton.
Present.
Yamada.
Here.
Chair Henry is present.
Thank you. Members of
Councillor McLean's here too.
I have them.
Yeah, we have you, Councillor. Members of council, we'll move on to planning and economic development, page 45 of your agenda. Moved by Mayor Ryan, seconded by Councillor Joe Neal, that the recommendations contained in items 1 to 3, inclusive of report number 1 of the Planning and Economic Development Committee, be adopted. Members of council, polls. Okay, seeing nothing in the chat box and hearing nothing. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Aye. Yeah.
In opposition?
Yes.
1 in opposition? That carries. Questions to planning and economic development? Seeing none in the chat box and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we'll move on to the Works Committee report. Moved by Mayor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Marin Pietri, that recommendations contained in items 1 to 8 inclusive of report number 2 of the Works Committee be adopted. So, members of council, just give me 1 second. Mayor Mitchell, you're pulling item number 1. Mayor Collier,
correct.
You're pulling item number 3. Are there any other pulls? Sorry, 1 second. Just 1 second, members of council. Okay. Are we good, Mr. Clerk? Okay. So items that have been pulled are items 1 and 3. On the remainder, I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? None. That carries. Mayor Mitchell, on item number 1.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to make an amendment in the appointments, and Sarah Shields, who's on the recommendation, would be removed and replaced by Greg Gordon.
Greg Gordon?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you have a seconder. I'm going to make the assumption that Councillor Marin Pietri will second that.
I believe so.
Okay, thank you,
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri. So this is an amendment, so we'll vote unless anyone wishes to speak to it. Seeing nothing in the chat box. On the amendment, I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
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 Okay, that carries. On the main motion as amended, I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
In opposition? Hearing none, that carries. Item number 3, Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Matt, very much, Chair. I will bring everybody's attention to the report that was referred earlier in the meeting to this item. And I would like to, this report is in response to the motion that I brought forward at the last council meeting that was referred to Works and then referred again to this meeting. So I'd like to reintroduce that motion again, which is printed on page 1 of the report. I don't remember who the seconder was. I think it was Councillor Dyes, but I'm not sure.
Correct.
Okay,
but this is a motion that was referred back from a month ago. So I'd like to deal with that today, Chair.
Just give me 1 second, please. So thank you, Mayor Collier. The item before you is actually located in your agenda on page 28.
Correct.
Okay, so members of council, if you turn to that page. Councillor Dyes, this is a motion to reintroduce. So we need a seconder. So Councillor Dyes, you've seconded that item.
Yes, thank you.
Just 1 second. Okay, so Mayor Collier, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for staff for preparing this report. Do you need me to read the motion?
Look to the clerk. Mr. Clerk, read it into the agenda. Yes, so you're moving it, so I would ask you that you read it in, please.
Thank you, Chair. It was already moved and read in at the last meeting, but I will do it again. That notwithstanding the current Durham Region Council position supporting the Lake Simcoe option, the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham requests that if the Lake Ontario solution is selected in lieu of the Lake Simcoe option, that the Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks order that all environmental benefits and conditions proposed for the Upper York sewage solutions related to the Lake Simcoe option, including tertiary treatment and including consultations with First Nations, be required at the Duffins Creek Water Pollution Control Plant, and the taxpayers and users in Durham must be protected from any financial implications of this decision. And I'll just speak to it quickly. I appreciate the report. The purpose of the report, it was referred because the question was asked by Mayor Mitchell about what the difference was between the current proposal and the cost for tertiary treatment. We can see in the report on page 30, the additional energy cost would be $1 million. That was the answer to the question. I'll just speak to this very quickly. We all know that this has gone through a very extensive process prior to 6 months ago or so when we first heard about the possibility of the twinning of the pipe and the Lake Ontario solution. Everybody was on board with the Lake Simcoe solution. And when we were going through the Pratt plan and all the studies and everything else, it was proposed and everybody is under the understanding that the flows were going to be a certain amount. We knew it was going to increase at a certain rate over time, and we knew what those were going to be or what they're projected to be. I'm suggesting that this massive change to now go to a Lake Simcoe option, even though it may still be within the allocation for York Region, and it may not cause an immediate expansion of the plant, it will certainly accelerate things a great deal. We hadn't planned to have this much flow this quickly, and when the Pratt plan was done, again, that wasn't anticipated at this time. So what I'm suggesting is situations have changed. Situations have changed against our resolution requesting they not be changed. And if this is going to be forced on us, I think it's incumbent on us as representatives of this region that we shouldn't have any less environmental consideration given than that's been given to York Region and to Lake Simcoe, as well as the costs. These should not be borne by us. They still have not come out and said who is going to pay for this. And in absence of all those things, I think it's very important that this council sends a very strong message in form of resolution, and I think we've covered this in here. I don't see any downside to us at the region of Durham at all, regardless of what the cost is. Basically, this is going to trigger things sooner than expected. It will trigger a plant expansion sooner than expected, maybe not right away, but definitely sooner than anticipated, and we should not be on the hook. And the fact, if we're not on the hook, I think we should have the very best as what was planned for the other facility. So I will leave it at that. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff. And I'll ask for a recorded vote, please.
Thank you. Councillor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be not supporting the motion. I do support the York solution to the north. I do have a question, if I might, Mr. Chair, based on the report we're speaking to, and that's to Ms. Siopius. Mayor Collier, my friend, Mayor Collier mentioned at the last council meeting that AJAC's position was that there was expert opinion and it was never challenged. And I would respectfully disagree based on the memo that we have in front of us today. So I'm wondering if Ms. Siopius could speak to those comments that the expert opinion has never been challenged, because in my opinion, the report speaks to no need for that type of treatment. It's done nowhere else on Lake Ontario. And there's a cost potentially of $250 million to some taxpayer, and not necessarily Durham, but to some taxpayer. So I'm wondering if Ms. Siopius could respond to that.
Ms. Siopius?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Yes, with the utmost respect, I would agree that the work that was done, and this report outlines all of the work that was done and the conclusions that were reached with regard to the cause of algae along the lakeshore. So there is some disagreement to it, but yes, it was very much challenged and studied.
The $250 million solution in the longer term, is that the correct number? Again, not suggesting which taxpayer, Durham, York, a combination, or the province, which are also Durham and York taxpayers.
Through the chair, yes, that approximate price tag, based on what we know today, is correct. And again, with respect, I would suggest that part of our hesitation here is money well spent. There was a comment made a moment ago about when the expansion would be needed, and likely we're looking at 20 years out. It's quite possible that we would be seeing different solutions different ways of that we might better spend the money to try to alleviate the algae problem when you're looking 10 or 20 years down the road in terms of technology and the approach and the research that may get done with regard to the algae problem.
Councillor Ash?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that answers my questions. I'm sure there's some other questions, but I'm voting against that particular motion, although I reiterate my support for the York solution going north.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I ask my question, I just want to ask Susan if there's been any update from the province about the Upper York solution. I know they're going to meet after the Family Day. I'm just wondering if you've heard anything on this.
Through the chair, no, we have not heard anything back from the province. And in a recent conversation that included myself and the CAO with our peers at York, a very recent conversation, they have not heard anything either.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm going to support this motion. It boggles my mind that York would spend $100 million on their EA looking at their solution. And they came up with a solution that's beneficial to the residents up there, also beneficial to Lake Simcoe. It's going to be sending drinking water quality back into Lake Simcoe. And for the love of me, I can't see why we as taxpayers in Durham should have anything less than what they're getting up in, or what's proposed up in York Region. Now, I know there's an expense to it, there's a cost to it, but I think the province should know that if they want to change the route, it could cost them. So I will support this particular motion by Councillor Collier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Ms. Siopis, the 5.5 million to 6.5 million for tertiary treatment, my understanding is there's different types of treatment. Some are more expensive than others. So what treatment was this based on? Is it based on what they're using up in York Region?
So through the chair, the report quotes $5 to $6.5 million in increased operating costs.
Right.
Those are not the costs for the treatment itself. Putting the treatment in place, constructing tertiary treatment, and bringing it into operation is something in the area of $250,000.
So is that for any of the treatments that was looked at through the PRAP?
I would defer to Mr. Presta with regard to various treatments that were looked at through the PRAP. But in terms of tertiary treatment, that is the price tag that we know of today. Mr. Presta, I believe you're on the line.
Yes, through the chair, that's the costs that were examined through the PRAP study. As you're correct, there were various alternatives, and that range from, in various dollars, it was conceptual in nature, and $250 million, we believe, is the price tag to install and construct tertiary treatment at Duffins Creek.
So, Mr. Presta, then perhaps you can answer this question too. I believe through the town's comments with their experts looking at costs, they put forward an option for, which was basically one of the cheapest costs for the ActiFlow. And also, they said it could be operated seasonally. So would that not make a difference as well to the overall costs?
Through the chair, the proposal of ActiFlow was examined. It's not the, at the end of the day, the submission to the province, we did not feel that ActiFlow would be the preferred treatment choice. And with respect to operating it seasonally, yes, it can be operated seasonally. However, the fixed costs of tankage and equipment at the plant would have to be there. So the savings when our project consultant examined it. Savings, the price, there was definitely a disagreement on the pricing of costs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep my comments till the end.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Mitchell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't support this recommendation, and the cost has been mentioned, both operating and capital. The carbon footprint has not, though that's pretty significant given the it's 100 times greater than the current operation. But two reasons mainly I don't support it, and as Councillor Ash and others have said, I fully support the Lake Simcoe solution. No reason that should not be implemented after all the study. But if it is coming down here, as the memo indicates, it doesn't, it's fully within York's capacity. It doesn't really change anything since this decision was made. And as members of council who were here at the time know, this was debated for a very, very long time and ultimately went to the minister. I believe the minister at the time was the representative of Ajax, actually. And a decision was made that supported the regional position in the Pratt plan. So I just think once you go through that kind of a process over many, many years, that kind of a decision, and certainly, Ajax fully engaged very strongly in that, and a decision is made, unless something meaningful changes, that should be respected. And there's nothing meaningful changing here in terms of the quantity that this would add. And the other comment that I think is important that Commissioner Siopas made when she spoke to this last time was that there are algae problems at different areas around the lake, and many are clearly not related to a plant because there's no plant anywhere nearby. So if we're going to spend money on algae, let's spend it fixing the actual sources based on the science that has been supported by the minister, rather than pointing at plants, which may not be the problem. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Miriam Pietri?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question through you to our staff. Generally, we consider projects to align with either other levels of funding or partners. And I guess the question that I would have is that I understand it's common practices that we establish and we have them in place, coordinating programs and infrastructure needs. But do we have a policy, an actual formal policy that speaks to the region as a municipality, matching timing for design and construction projects as well as funding? Do we have that available, or is that just a matter of common practice that we establish our projects on?
Ms. Siopas?
Through the chair, I'm not certain that I'm understanding your question, but generally speaking, we have long-term plans for our projects, and we have funding allocated through forecasting. It's not approved funding, as you know, but as forecasts come forward, major capital projects are identified, and we work towards those. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, the other aspect, maybe just to clarify a little more, and I appreciate that, Commissioner Siopas, through you, Mr. Chair. In this case, could I just ask, we have a partner, is that correct, in this particular project? Yes. It's York Region? Okay, so let's take hypothetically Durham Region and York Region. We're two different entities. If we've now moved forward, and I think this would be the same discussion for other projects that we've partnered with them and others, for major infrastructure. If we have now said, okay, we're going to be moving forward on the design and construction of this project, do we have a formal policy that states that they should do the same at the same time? For both funding and, other aspects.
Thank you, and through the chair. Understand that this project and any other project that we partner on, generally speaking, we work together in terms of projecting the project needs, the long-term capital needs, operating costs, and anything else that goes along with, in this case, running a facility the size of this one. So there's a management committee in place, as well as subcommittees related to financing, operations. We cover off the spectrum in terms of overall management of the facilities. So that then allows us to align our thinking in terms of what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, and therefore align the funding as well.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Siopis. Through you, Mr. Chair. Maybe offline we'll have an opportunity to discuss whether or not there are other such policies or common practices that we can attach our ability to be able to work with the region at the municipal level for different infrastructure projects. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to ask that question specific to this project. I do have questions about other projects and whether or not we have a formal policy or whether it's just an established practice regime that we follow. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Chair Henry. I will not be supporting the motion. Refer to the comments from Councillor Ash, well taken. Councillor McLean's quite right. It's ridiculous that we're in this position at all, that the province would at this late hour reverse direction, especially after the money and effort that has been expended by York Region and with the full York Region Council support for a Lake Simcoe solution. I think our position was unanimous in supporting the Lake Simcoe solution. We've already advised the province of that and of our opposition to a Lake Ontario solution. So why do we have this in front of us? And I'll refer now to Mayor Mitchell's comment. This is essentially an attempt to reconsider a previous decision. There's a subtlety involved here. We take a strong moral stance. We say no. We say, and by the way, if you're going to do something, we expect you to pay for it and not burden us with that cost. Well, once you add to that comment specifically the need for tertiary treatment, you have tacitly reintroduced the tertiary treatment to the whole discussion. And we've heard all of the answers from Ms. Siopis. We know what we went through as a council in the previous 2 terms to get to the position that we finally reached, which is no, we are not going to spend $250 million on something that is not necessary. But once you do this, it's back on the table. And then what happens? Well, I'll tell you what potentially happens. The province of Ontario turns around and says, and I think it's a political decision on their part, and there's some other politics that some other people attached to that party may better be schooled in than I am, but they're going to turn around and say, okay, we're going to twin the pipe. It's coming down to Lake Ontario. And by the way, since the volumes are within your existing plan, you're a dime. So now you're stuck with tertiary back on the table, $250 million, and what are you going to do with it? Don't put us in that position. Take the strong stand as we have, reinforce it as you will and should, but don't walk into this very subtle trap. Interesting that Councillor Dyes has spent some time once again challenging the cost. Why? If somebody else is going to pay for it, what are you worried about the cost for? It's all there in front of you. Pay attention. Do not vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Neal.
I guess when I've sailed out in Lake Ontario, I recall one time the water was quite, there was a lot of algae, and the lake didn't seem to respect any municipal borders. So it was the same water that was in front of Pickering as it was in front of Ajax and was in front of Whitby. So I'm trying to understand the downside of voting for this motion. I don't understand it. So if York Region is going to get the luxury or I guess privilege, whatever you want to call it, of sending their waste down to our area. Why shouldn't we insist, if that's going to be the case, why shouldn't we insist on the best possible treatment? So, I listened very carefully to what Mayor Ryan said, but I'm still trying to understand the downside of voting in favor of this. And I just wanted to clarify one small thing in the report, but it says just above the summary, it says the Pratt study also indicated that the carbon is that supposed to be footprint of implementing tertiary treatment is greater than 100 times higher than the approved optimization upgrades?
Ms. Siopis?
Yes, Mr. Chair. My apologies. We missed that.
And what's that based on?
Through the chair, if I may defer to Mr. Presta.
Yeah, Ms. Siopis, could you speak closer to your microphone? I'm having difficulty hearing you.
If I may defer to Mr. Presta on this question, please.
That's perfect. Thank you. Mr. Presta?
Through the chair, the carbon footprint is based on implementing the solution. Obviously, the implementation of tertiary treatment would involve $250 million worth of construction, and you take a look at the carbon footprint of implementing that construction versus optimizing the plant. That's where the difference lies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Nicholson? I think you're on mute, Councillor Nicholson.
I am. It's the button is slow to turn off on the computer. I guess I'm reading this motion as it's written, and I'm saying if our position was that if we went to the Lake Simcoe option, we supported all the environmental benefits and conditions proposed for the Upper York sewage solution related to St. Gumco, why are we willing to accept a lesser protection for the residents of Durham if it goes into Lake Ontario? I mean, all the other excuses we're using here are really just excuses. If it is our position that we would not have a negative impact on Lake Simcoe, and that all appropriate steps should be taken to protect Lake Simcoe, and that is our position, then that should be the same position that we apply if they're dumping into Lake Ontario. And I think we have to also keep in mind, Lake Ontario is the source of the drinking water for the vast majority of this region. And to simply take the idea that it's going to be too expensive or it's going to be too difficult or it's going to somehow lessen the efficiency, therefore we must accept more negative environmental impacts on our lake and our drinking water as a result of that, it simply doesn't wash with me. It's simply a matter of principle. If it was good enough for Lake Simcoe and the residents of York, it must be good enough for Lake Ontario and the residents of Durham. And the province that is switching the process and turning a 180 on this, they're the ones who should pick up the additional costs, including any operational deficiency costs for the operation at the Duffin Creek Water Pollution Plant, if that's the location chosen for the connection. It's as simple as that. The person that calls the tune should pay the piper. Very simple equation here.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Siopis, just a couple quick questions. You did say that this would be at least 10 years out, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And this increase in use was unplanned?
That's correct.
And I am challenged with including a form of treatment that may be not the best source in 10 years. Would this motion limit our treatment 10 years from now?
So if this motion passed and if the province then imposed tertiary treatment on the Duffin Creek plant for whatever time frame an expansion was necessary, that would be the form of treatment that was required. As the report notes, tertiary treatment is quite effective for plants that are outletting to creeks and rivers and small lakes. There's a reason that tertiary treatment is not required on any of the Great Lakes, in fact, and it's because they're completely different bodies of water and behave in different ways. My comment earlier, the one that you have made mention of, about technologies and research and the outcomes of those kinds of advancements 10 to 20 years from now could tell us that the way to deal with the algae problem that we're experiencing could be something very different from tertiary treatment. And that's my caution.
So if you took the word tertiary out and put in best treatment, and that the taxpayers of Durham Region should not have to pay any costs related to the unplanned increases, would that be something that you would be comfortable with?
I would certainly be more comfortable with not specifying the type of treatment and offering up something along the lines of best treatment or optimizing it, specifically related to the addressing the algae issue.
And addressing the issue that is 10 years ahead of us.
Correct.
I would take that as a friendly amendment, Chair.
You know, I'm not sure I'm comfortable doing a friendly amendment on the floor, and I've now spoken to this, but if it could be referred back to Works for some discussion, I would support that referral back and look at wording it in such a way that protects us 10 years down the road with increased capacity that we didn't count on, and best practices in the future, which may not be tertiary treatment. Looking at the technology that's even out there now today that was never there before related to testing of waste for the COVID-19. So I'll give
you the referral, Chair.
I'll put that as a suggestion. So
I'll give you the referral, Mayor Ryan.
Okay, Mayor Ryan is
Point of order, Chair. I'm in the chat box first to speak to this.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Mayor Ryan. Please send me a message in the chat box. But you've spoken to this, so you would only be a comment on closing. Mayor Collier.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And yeah, that's all I wanted to do was just to comment on closing. I actually, I think what you said makes perfect sense.
Excuse me, we're not closing. So.
Oh, I was the last name in the chat box, Chair.
So there's now another name. So now there's more names in the chat box. So Mayor Collier, I appreciate that you put it on the floor, and I don't mean to put this aside, but I'm going to go to the chat box and go to Mayor Ryan.
The Chair, Mayor Ryan has spoken to this already.
Give you the referral motion, Chair. Thank you.
So wait a second. Sorry, give me 1 second.
Second the referral.
Point of order, Chair. Every member in this chat box has spoken on this already.
Give me 1 second, I've asked, so.
What a sucker.
Joanne Dice hasn't spoken.
Point of order, then.
So members of council, it's a challenge to manage who has spoken and who's not spoken, and going back through managing, right now I have 61 people that have availability to the chat box. So you are right that Mayor Ryan has spoken to this. We're now down in the chat box. This has to be moved by somebody that hasn't spoken.
I haven't spoken, Mr. Chair, and I just sent you a chat.
Okay, so let me go to that. I'm sorry. It is moving fairly quickly. So a motion from Councillor Chapman to referral would be in order, seconded by Councillor Marin-Pietri to refer this back to Works for discussion.
Point of order, please, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mayor Collier. What is your point of order?
Thank you. Immediately after you spoke, I put my comment in the chat box asking to speak. I understand I can't move a referral, neither can you, neither can anybody else that's spoken. But that takes precedence over somebody putting their name in after wanting to speak and move a referral motion. I should still be allowed to make my comment before the referral motion.
You can't speak again.
Oh, Mayor Collier, I'm not wanting to debate this, but I've made a ruling and I've accepted the referral. So your only option now is, if you don't believe that I'm right in my thought, challenge the chair.
Well, I'll challenge the chair. Chair, I want to hear from the clerk, please.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the chat box has shown those members who had spoken once to the matter. There was a pause in the debate. Members who had already spoken were lining up to speak again, which has been permitted. As the discussions proceeded, a member who had not spoken previously came forward indicating that he wanted to speak and indicating that he wanted to do a referral. So it is the practice of this council to permit everybody who hasn't spoken an opportunity to speak, and then there's an opportunity to go back a second time. And I believe that's how the chairman is ruling, that Councillor Chapman, who wants to move a motion to refer, hadn't spoken before, and so he was taking the opportunity to do that.
Mayor Collier, so
maybe the practice, but is that what's in the procedural bylaw, Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no member shall speak more than once to the same question without leave of the council, but a reply may be made by the member who has presented the motion to the council. That's 16.6. But we certainly have everybody go through and have a first opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Mayor Collier, are you challenging the chair?
I'll let it go. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. So the referral is on the floor. It's been moved in second. It goes to the next Works Committee meeting. Sorry, let me try to catch up. So the date and time has been specified. Councillor Neal, Joe Neal.
So what are the instructions on the referral, Mr. Chair? I'm not clear on that.
So it's been referred to the next Works Committee meeting for a discussion.
On what, though? Discussion on?
Getting advice, more important, we're getting advice from staff, but 1 second, please.
Actually, Mr. Chair, my referral is to refer it back to the Works Committee so that they can have a discussion and then give direction to staff on how to move forward in investigating this further.
Yeah, so it would also include alternative wording of the motion. Does that help?
I guess what I'm asking, is it meant to defeat the motion? That's what I'm asking.
No.
Or
Actually, I think if it relates to my comments, but we've already referred this, so it's closed for discussion. It needs to go to Works now. That's the recommendation.
Record a vote, please, Chair.
Recorded vote on the referral to Works. Call the vote now, Mr. Clerk.
Anderson.
Yes.
Ash.
Yes.
Barton.
yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Chapman.
Yes.
Collier.
No.
Crawford.
No.
Dyes.
Yes.
Councillor Drew is absent. Councillor Foster is absent. Hyatt.
Yes.
Kerr.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
Lee.
No.
Miriam Pietri.
Yes.
McLean.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Mulcahy.
Yes.
John Neal,
No.
Joe Neal,
No.
Nicholson,
No.
Pickles,
Yes.
Roy,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Schumer,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Watton,
Yes.
Yamada,
Yes.
Chair Henry.
Yes, that carries. Members of council, just give me 1 second to get caught up. I believe that's all of Works except questions to Works. Mayor Carter. Mayor Carter?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I got to turn on my mic apparently. So good afternoon, almost good evening, Mr. Chairman. My questions are going to go to Mr. Presta, please, if you don't mind.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Presta, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just wanted to kind of circle back to you. As you know, on September the 16th, there was a report that came through 2020 Cal 23. This was about pre-servicing the employment areas, and there was 4 areas that were selected. There's been conversations, which I'm really appreciative of, with our team in regards to our inquiry about Thornton Road north of Conlon Road and the extension of water and sewer there. Just for clarification, is it my understanding that in the budget process this year that the design, there's been allocation in regards to the design of that work that your department will undertake?
Through the chair, yes. When the water and sanitary sewerage budgets were approved in December, there was funds approved to undertake the engineering for water main and sanitary sewer extension in conjunction with the reconstruction of Thornton Road.
And I think that's on line 23. I think you highlighted that. Mr. Preston, were you aware that the city of Oshawa confirmed in its 2021 budget that includes design and construction of Thornton Road north of Conlon Road to the area generally known as where the regional transit facility will be? Are you aware that the city had moved that forward?
Through the chair, yes, we're aware of that.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure I don't want to surprise you on anything. That's the reason why I'm just double checking with that. You probably, I don't know if you heard my question this morning, but my understanding is that Durham Regional Transit is planning on making sure that their DRT investment on Thornton Road north of Conlon is to start in 23. Is that your understanding also?
Through the chair, yes.
So, Mr. Presta, I'm just wondering, as you know, that we have a boiled water advisory in regards to the people at Sun Valley, which is just north of Conlon Road on Thornton, and we're trying to, with your help, to try and find a resolution for those 17 residents in there, and I appreciate all the work you're doing there. But I'm wondering how we're able to make sure that this project, especially because of the reason that DRT is going to start their work early 23, how is it that we can assure that this budget is allocated in the work plan for 22 in regards to the construction?
Through the chair, well, we're, as you mentioned, we're fully aware of the plans by DRT and the city of Oshawa, and we coordinate budgets between departments. So we will, we definitely know that if the project needs to go to construction in 2022, that we'll be proposing the funds to construct in conjunction with the city of Oshawa's completed project.
So Mr. Presta, is there anything that the city of Oshawa needs to provide to you to make sure that this file continues to move forward?
Through the chair, my understanding that regional staff is communicating with Oshawa staff and coordinating the designs, and it's just a matter of coordinating the schedule when the project's ready to tender, and subject to council approval for the 2022 budget, that will be hopefully fully coordinated.
So I'm going to presume that you're going to advise that, A, that I keep a close eye on this file and continue to advocate in regards to budget allocation in 22, and to make sure that our city work in conjunction with your team to make sure that the work is concurrent, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And that's my understanding. You like to make sure that those two elements, the region and the city, work together to make sure that it's a coordinated effort. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And again, you're aware that the city has already approved design, construction, allocation of dollars in regards to this project?
Yes, we are fully aware.
Okay. So Mr. Presta, I can't overstress this enough that not only does this particular report that I referred to play a significant role in regards to the employment impact of the Northwood Business Park, and as a matter of fact, I think it has the highest yield of employment jobs based upon the investment of $1 million and upward. I think that also you're aware of the issue at Sun Valley and some of the issues that are happening there, and this could help resolve not only the traffic issue but also the water and sewer issue. Is that fair to say, Mr. Presta?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, that's correct. The owners of the Sun Valley system have to make a decision which way they want to move forward.
And I get that, and we're trying to work not only with your department but also with the community to find a resolution, because if this project is going to move forward, we want to make sure that they don't have to pay twice, that they can actually receive the benefit of this investment by the city and the region. Mr. Presta, I thank you very much, and don't be surprised that I become a constant companion of your department in regards to this particular file.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other questions to Works? Seeing none in the chat box and hearing no members of council, we'll move on to item 12.1, the confidential report from the Commissioner of Finance and Commissioner of Social Service on a closed matter under Municipal Freedom of Information Protection of the Privacy Act with respect to Social Services Relief Fund Phase 2. Members of council, if there's no one wishing to go into closed session, I'm able to, we'll have to move and vote. Item A needs 2/3, and then we can vote on B. Okay.
I've sent you the motion to move it, Mr. Chair, through the chat box.
Okay, so just give me 1 second. So, members of council, I'm going to need a seconder, and then I do have people wishing to ask questions in closed session. So,
Councillor Pickles seconds it.
Okay. So the item has been moved, and it's on the floor. Now I need a motion to go into closed session to receive. Now, just give me 1 second. Councillor Schumer, your reason for going into closed session?
Well, I'd move to go into closed session. Questions I have are obviously relating to legal.
Okay, that's.
McLean, to move to go in session.
I'm going to say that Councillor Schumer has moved to go into closed session, and Councillor McLean is second because the matter falls under Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act with respect to social services. Okay, so I'll need to call the vote on going into closed session, and then when we go into, Mr. Clerk, call the vote to go into closed session and then do a 5-minute recess. Okay. So, members of council, I will look to call the vote to go into closed session. So I'll call that vote now. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Opposed?
Yes.
Hearing none opposed, we will go into closed session. But before that, I need a motion for, Mr. Clerk, how long will you need? We need a 5-minute recess.
I'll give you a 5-minute recess, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor
I'll
Murphy.
second.
Seconded by Mayor Barton. On the 5-minute recess, all those in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed?
That's off.
Hearing none, we are in recess for 5 minutes. So we'll come back at 4:30, and we are now in recess.
I got my
Carter.
I am here.
Chapman.
Yes.
Collier.
Here.
Crawford.
Here.
Dyes.
Here.
Mayor Drew is absent. Mayor Foster's absent.
Look at Rick's back.
Hyatt.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
I am present and colorful.
Leahy.
Present.
Lee.
Here.
Mayor Pietri.
Present.
McLean.
Present.
Mitchell.
Present.
Mulcahy.
I'm here.
John Neal.
Present.
Joe Neal.
Here.
Nicholson.
Present.
Pickles.
Present.
Roy. Roy. Absent. Ryan.
Present.
Schumer.
Here.
Smith.
Present.
Watton.
Present.
Yamada.
Here.
Chair Henry is present.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. We are now in open session in the true meaning of transparent government. We were in closed session to discuss a closed matter under the Municipal Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act with respect to social services relief. There was no motions or direction given in closed session. Members of council, the recommendations are before you. We will vote for item A first. We need 2/3 on this item. Mr. Clerk, I think just to make it easy, we'll call for a recorded vote and I'll call for the vote on item A.
Anderson.
Yes.
Ash.
Yes.
Barton.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Chapman.
Yes.
Collier.
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes.
Dyes.
Yes.
Drew is absent. Foster is absent. Hyatt. Hyatt.
Yes.
Kerr.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Mayor Pietri.
Yes.
McLean.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Mulcahy.
Yes.
John Neal.
Yes.
Joe Neal.
Here.
Nicholson.
Or sorry, yes. Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Pickles.
Yes.
Roy. Absent. Ryan.
Yes.
Schumer.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Watton.
Yes.
Yamada.
Yes.
Chair Henry.
Yes. We'll now call the vote on item B. Oh, sorry, that vote carries. We'll call the vote on item B. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
In opposition? None. That carries as well. Members of council, will move on to announcements, Mr. Clerk. That's where we are. First is Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. And I have two announcements. First one, very sad. Some of you may have heard local resident and community champion for Durham, Ajax, and Pickering, Jerry Coughlin passed away today. Jerry had been, a real influence in so many things, especially when it comes to the hospital, to $5 million for Grandview Children's Center. So many other things, and most recently the Jerry Coughlin Center being named up in Seton as well in his honor. And the Salvation Army that's going on, that's just had the permits and has started construction, the new headquarters across the street from our town hall in Ajax. He's been such a great champion for our town. He's done so much to help our community, and he will be sadly missed. So our condolences to his family on this unfortunate event. And the other one I wanted to announce was our Black History Month event for tomorrow in Ajax. Thursday, February 25th at 1 p.m. I want to invite everybody to log on, watch, and learn online to hear from the Black community on the significance of Black History Month, why it's so important for us to celebrate with our Ajax Anti-Black Racism Task Force. You can log on to ajax.ca/task force. Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Mayor Ryan, I had reached out to you today to bring some comments related to Mr. Conlon. Could you do that now, please?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank Mayor Collier for his comment. On behalf of Pickering Council, and we extend our condolence to the Coghlan family, particularly his wife, Lynn. Jerry is well known to all of us, certainly any of us who've been around for any length of time at all. He was he was a gentleman, an upright businessman who dealt, I think, fairly with all of us. And his philanthropy has been addressed by Councillor Collier, or Mayor Collier. Just want to say that Jerry came from very humble beginnings. He was very proud of that, and as he should be. And through his life, he maintained that humble aspect, and yet was able to share fulsomely with his success, which was only achieved through his very hard work. So in recognition of all that he has done, and in recognition of the fact that his legacy will live for generations to come through his philanthropy in our community, we want to say again our condolence to the family, and God bless Jerry Coghlan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to pay a little tribute of my own to the late John Aker. I enjoyed my time serving with John, had many a fun time, especially at lunch when everybody would get down to lunch. John and I would usually hang out in the council chambers together and shoot the breeze, and I always enjoyed that. He was always filling me in on the history of certain things like Curtis and so on. So anyway, he had a great voice, and I can remember as a young lawyer going into the old Oshawa Council chambers, and his big booming voice just intimidated the heck out of me at the time. So anyway, I had a lot of fun with John, and I do miss him. Thank you.
Next in the chat box, Councillor Schimmer, you have a question related to other business?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Did I miss a call for questions under other business, or?
It's my error. I thought we had discussed all the business of the day, but you have the opportunity under other business now.
Okay, thank you. And I wasn't sure if I should have brought this up under approval of the minutes earlier, but on the 27th, this council passed a motion to issue essentially a press release with respect to the information that had been offered as part of the Beaverton supportive housing conflict, I'll call it. So that I think that press release went out about the day or 2 days after council met. And then there was a response from Brock Township with their own press release and a public release of a letter from the township CAO. Now, during our meeting on the 27th, and I will not presume to know what was in the minds of the movers of the motion, but it was certainly my understanding that we were led to believe that there was no response from the communication from the region regarding offers on the Beaverton supportive housing issue. In fact, I think during that meeting, the CAO mentioned that essentially we were talking to ourselves, and I know I asked that there had been no feedback from the township, and hence this motion came forward. The press release came out, and in that press release, it stated about a lack of feedback from council, from Brock Township and council. But that wasn't the case. It was disclosed in the township press release and in the letter from the township CAO that indeed there were communications. In fact, to the point where, reading it, you see, obviously there were responses to the region, there were possibly counter offers. I have to tell you that there was a lot of uproar when that press release came out, and the township's subsequent press release came out. There was a lot of uproar with the residents wondering just what was going on, that something was said that the township hadn't replied, but when in fact it did. And I have to tell you that, I couldn't say anything at the time, but now that the township's press release and letter has come out, I can. I mean, I was very surprised at the time to hear that this council was being told that there was no feedback, there was no response, that we might as well have been talking to ourselves. The motion was put forward, I believe, as a response of understanding that, and that just wasn't the case. So I'd like to get some clarification on why this council was not told that there was communications between the Township of Brock and the region. I hope we're not playing with semantics here, because I asked a very clear question at that meeting. I asked, that there's no feedback from the township, and I was told no. And we've got press releases now going out from both levels of government, conflicting one another. And I'll tell you, it hasn't gone well in the community again. People are wondering what exactly is going on. So I'm just wondering if we could get clarification on that, because obviously there were communications. There was obviously a response to the offer, possibly counter offers. It's a little disturbing to understand that we were led down one path at the January 27th meeting.
So I will let our CAO respond.
Through you, Mr. Chair. First of all, to be very clear, at the 27th, I acknowledged that we had no formal response from Brock Region. We had no counter offers. And when asked by the councillor, I did confirm that while the CAO and I had informal conversations, there was no formal response from Brock Council. The region submitted 3 letters that went to Brock Council, and it was not until after the release of that media release that we actually received anything in writing. The feedback through the Deputy Mayor and the CAO was largely that the council did not accept our offer, but again, nothing formal was returned to us, which left us in a position of no way forward because we had nothing to react to. And I think if you go back and look at the council transcripts, that will be very clear on them, and I did acknowledge those discussions with the CAO and Deputy and made it very clear that we did not have a formal response to our 3 proposals.
Councillor Schumer?
Well, I went back and I watched the video, and the phrase "talking to ourselves" was used. That certainly doesn't imply that we're getting a response from anybody. And I did ask the question that there was no feedback from the township. I didn't say the council. I didn't say a particular person. I said the township, and nothing was said that there was any kind of formal or informal communication had. I mean, the perception from the press release and from what I heard in council here was that there was no communication, that we were left talking to ourselves, and that obviously wasn't the case.
Councillor, to be clear, I remember commenting directly that I had informal discussions with the CAO, and you actually responded in some capacity to that. We did not, until the last few weeks, have any formal response from Brock Council, despite having submitted 3 proposals, which indicated a willingness to move fairly significantly in this project. And as a result, we have probably lost 11 months and left 50 people that continue to be homeless.
Councillor?
Very well, thank you.
Okay, we're back into the chat box. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, because I'm sure we all know that our health department is doing an exceptional job and a very busy job. But I wanted to highlight something in our social services department that has come up a couple times today with what we did in camera and what some of the questions that were before there. We have what's called a by name list for our homeless folks out there. As we know, there are different types, different levels of homeless. Some are unsheltered, which we call the chronic people that have been without some kind of home for about 6 months. And then there's other folks that are underhoused. They're living in somebody's basement, on a cot or on somebody's couch or something like that. And our by name list helps our agencies that we support through social services to make contact and figure out the best way to help these folks, because some of them have addiction problems, some of them have mental health issues and all that. But we started this by name list to get to our, what we're trying to get into is our project Built for Zero, meaning built for zero homelessness. But since September, when we started recording facts for this Built for Zero, we have had, between then and the end of January, we have had 73 homeless people that have been housed, of which 38 of them were what we would call chronic homeless people, which means they've been homeless for more than 6 months. Chances are they were living anywhere they could, sleeping anywhere they could, in a tent someplace or on the side of a road or in a and I think that's great success. And I think our Commissioner of Social Services and the staff that work with her and the team that work with her need to be congratulated. And I wanted to bring that to attention. I'm sorry, it's 58 chronic. I just got a note from Aaron, who actually is the manager of that area there. I misquoted. It's 58 that were chronic. So our staff are doing a good job to get the folks off the street that want to come off the street, because that is part of the issue that we have with our shelter program. As you heard the commissioner this morning, we provide not just the shelters, but we have these hotel programs and that, so that we can get as many people off the street, especially in the cold weather. But the catch is they have to want to go there. So I just wanted to bring that attention to council. The great job that our social services team is doing. I don't have to comment on our health team because I think everybody knows how hard they're working. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Chapman, would you explain to everyone why we are so colorful in the councillor chambers today and online?
You mean the pink shirt day? It's anti-bullying day. Yes, some of us are wearing pink shirts and some of us are posting on that. It's hard to tell your color. Is that a pink jacket you have on there, Mr. Chair? But it's I see a lot of folks there are wearing some pink there, and it's the support for anti-bullying day. And Pink Shirt Day, to provide awareness that bullying is not a good thing. Thank you.
And the answer to that question, Councillor Chapman, is yes.
Okay, it's hard to see, but I can see Kerr has got all sorts of pink behind him, but he's a strange duck anyway. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henry. Through you, I just have an announcement. I will acknowledge that you did announce the drive-by for Mayor Bath Haddon on March the 6th. And just for information purposes, the best way to access it would be to come up Highway 12 to just past just north of the village of Blackwater, and turn east on Concession 4 of Brock. Go east about 3 kilometers and turn right on Side Road 18 and down it, because there will be a huge lineup we anticipate. And so those are the roads that are being suggested, the route that are being suggested. I will send some more information out regarding it, just to make sure everyone's aware. But I hope as many as possible can join us that day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Now, I think Councillor Campbell had sent a map out today. Is that correct?
Yes, she may have done that, yes.
Okay, so we'll make sure that all members of council have the appropriate directions and timing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, before I go to bylaw, I just want to take the opportunity to say that this has been the most challenging time in the history of this province since World War II. Your team here, your staff that comes to work every day, some 6,000 people, have all been essential during COVID-19. Not only during their normal day-to-day operations, which they do every day, and seamless operations when residents have problems. They have not only managed all of that, they have managed all of the emergency measures through DEMO, and they've put literally thousands of hours into serving our residents over and above the challenges that we have with our day-to-day operations. Just the amount of paperwork that our finance department had to manage to get some of the money back from the province and the federal government is absolutely mind-boggling. To our team out there every day that are doing their best for the residents of Durham, they have done an amazing job in challenging times. And I just want to acknowledge all of them, from our wastewater to our water treatment plants, to our daycare, to all of our health and social service staff, to police, paramedics, all of our staff that answer the phones and thousands of calls that come in each and every day. Not only has our staff done all that, but the commissioners and a number of the directors also have weekly meetings related to the Durham emergency operations that we are utilizing to deal with all of COVID. To Dr. Kyle and his team, and to all of our employees, they have just done an outstanding job. And I just want to recognize all of them at this time for the great work they did prior to COVID and the amazing work that they've done during COVID. Now, I'd like to go to Councillor Ash to move the bylaws, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lee that bylaw number 04-2021 to 10-2021 inclusive be passed.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, it was seconded by Councillor Lee, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So it was seconded. Councillor Lee, are you still here? Because we have a note that you may have left.
I'll second it if Councillor Lee's not here. It's Councillor Kerr.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor Ash, seconded by Councillor Kerr, that the bylaws be passed. We'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Aye.
Opposed? None, that carries. Councillor Ash, the confirming bylaw, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Collier that the bylaw number 11-2021 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham at their meeting held on 24th day of February 2021 be passed.
Call the vote now. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed?
Yes.
One opposed, that carries. And now I'm looking for a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Move it, second.
Seconded,
Who
Pickles.
was the seconder?
I'll third it.
Fourth, Collier.
I take Councillor Pickles as the seconder. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Stay safe, everyone. Thank you for your work today.
Thanks.
They do have, from a chewing standpoint,